him up? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, we don't have the audio here.
Oh, she's got to stop. Okay,
Can you hear it now?
So I'd like to move our fire chief's report up right after declaration of conflict of interest. Are there any other changes?
You taking the minutes out? Yes. Tim,
Well, that's when we get to that.
We get to
consent,
that.
oh, yeah.
I also have one that I want to add under new business. We're running out of funds on our IT support contract, so I want to propose as item 7 that we'll discuss the IT support hours contract. Are there any other changes, additions, deletions? Okay, is everybody comfortable with the agenda?
I am.
All in favor?
I need a motion, I'm sorry.
Motion to approve the agenda with the 2 changes.
Second, Aaron's.
Slopes up first, Aaron's second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, next we have declaration of conflict of interest for any of the items on the agenda tonight. I see no conflict of interest noted. All right, Josh, if you can unmute Josh, he's gonna go over his fire report. Yeah, but ask him to unmute.
Perfect. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, if you could speak up a little bit, please.
Yep. So, it's very echoey in here. Let me move somewhere else. So we enacted our on-call program in start of April 1st. We went from running about 8 calls on average, 9 calls on average in April to 35 runs for service in April, and we saw a really good improvement in response times with the on-call program, where our typical on-call program was we were about 5 minutes and 30 seconds to get on scene and get patient care initiated, where MMR coming out of Acme was taking about 7 minutes and some odd change. So we were able to get on scene in most incidents just before or just as MMR was arriving on scene. Just to kind of give you some national statistics, that 2-minute response time, that 2-minute getting on scene faster has proven to show with CPR that we can actually, the chances of survival increase dramatically. So great success in that. We've got a couple guys and girls coming off probation soon, so they're going to be able to start signing up for shifts, and they're getting their drive time in. So the program is going great. I did a lot of the heavy lifting in April just to get it off the ground. So I'll probably respond to less at 2 o'clock in the morning and let the guys handle it. But, and then just some things that we're doing around the department. We're getting ready to paint the building and put up a brand new Whitewater Township Fire Department sign, just to kind of give it a little bit more curb appeal. And yeah, no, it was just it was a good month. We had 2 or 3 chief all calls. So when we look at the data, when I provide it next month, you'll see that we had a couple out of jurisdiction calls. Go Squeeze was one of them, and that was a 12-hour incident. So they call in a chief all call, which allows myself and our leadership team to go out and kind of help alleviate some of the stresses on the command crew that's there. So Nick and I both did that, and then we had a wildfire incident that we all, that was loud, that we also went out on. So apologize, I'm in Otsego County. I'm teaching hazmat today, so I'm in class. But that's really all I have. Do you guys have any questions for me?
Any questions for Josh? All right, I think we're good. Thank you, Josh.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
All right, the next thing on the agenda is public comment. So anybody may be permitted, or shall be permitted, to address the meeting of the township board. Public comment shall be carried out as follows. Comments shall be directed to the board with questions to the chair. Any person wishing to address the board shall step up and speak from the lectern, which is right here with a microphone on it. We ask that you please state your name and your address in case we need to follow up with you on something. Persons may address the board on matters that are relevant to the township government issues. No person shall be allowed to speak more than once on the same matter, excluding the time needed to answer board member questions. The chair shall control the amount of time each person shall be allowed to speak, which shall not exceed 5 minutes. I want everybody to be aware that that time will be measured by the clerk here because we have so many people in the room. In order to avoid unscheduled debates, the board generally will not comment or respond to your public comment. Silence or non-response from the board should not be interpreted as disinterest by the board. All right, so who would like to step up to the lectern first?
Good evening. My name is James Gallagher. I live at 7900 Baggs Road here in Williamsburg and Whitewater Township. First of all, let me just say I appreciate the work you do. I respect what you do, and I appreciate all of the effort and everything you put into it. I also appreciate the opportunity to be able to come up and to speak in this type of a forum. I'm a year-round homeowner here. I pay my taxes. I pay them in full, I pay them on time, I vote, and I abide by the existing laws and ordinances of this area. For the record, I am opposed to short-term rentals. To be clear, those short-term rentals, those that are less than 30 days in duration. That is not the focus of my comments this evening. My comments this evening are focused on my strong support for civil infraction enforcement ordinances. My logic, I think, is pretty simple. I believe that to have an ordinance that is not enforced is a concern. If an ordinance is a law and a law is not enforced, it leaves me to believe that our enforcement is subjective. If paying my property tax is a law, and I didn't pay my property tax, I'm sure I would face enforcement. Why not the same for violators of existing ordinances like short-term rentals? Again, it seems somewhat subjective. I expect most voters cast their votes under the assumption that public officials, like yourselves, will support the enforcement of laws. When each of you ran for elected office, it was voted upon by the people here in this room. I don't recall, but might have appreciated anything on your yard signs or on your messages that would have said, vote for me. However, I do not believe in enforcement of existing laws and ordinances. Vote for me. I am against enforcement of laws and ordinances. Vote for me. I believe that you should pay your taxes, but I don't believe there should be consequences for your neighbor who is going through short-term rentals. In the recent meeting minutes, it is stated, and I quote, "The board discussed the pros and cons of using existing enforcement versus waiting for future ordinances." I was struck by this when I read this because I was confused by the need for a discussion of pros and cons as to whether to use existing enforcement versus waiting for future ordinances. It feels like an approach that says maybe we will and maybe we won't enforce the laws. So I'm left to believe that you support subjective enforcement of laws. I wish I had known that at the time of the election. I wish I had found that you found room on your yard signs to put that in there before I voted. And I will certainly keep it in mind the next time that I go to vote and ask such a question. So thank you for the opportunity. I just want to reinforce that I strongly encourage you to support civil infraction enforcement ordinances. Again, I appreciate it and I wish you a good evening.
Thank you. Who would like to step forward next?
I'm on a non-controversial issue. My name is Dina Jardy. I'm the executive director of Paddle Antrim. We host the Chain of Lakes Water Trail. Paddle Antrim and Whitewater Township have an agreement to be a partner in the water trail. So I am here as part of our annual agreement just to share a quick update about the water trail and encourage you to have a meeting at any time to go into further detail. So we are grateful to the 20 partners that create the Chain of Lakes Water Trail and Whitewater Township for including Battle Creek Natural Area and Whitewater Township Park as part of the water trail. Without all the water trail partners, the water trail wouldn't exist, and we're grateful for that. In general, the water trail is going well. We haven't had any issues with the access sites of yours. We've had a couple signs disappear in other areas, but not in your area, and we're grateful for that. In the big picture, the water trail is in its 5th season this year. This will be our 5th year out on the water. With the water trail, we recently received a Pure Michigan Water Trail designation. We're really honored to be considered one of 11 Pure Michigan trails and the only Pure Michigan water trail in the state of Michigan. So it's a big honor. It's nice to be recognized for the work that we do with our partners, and we're thankful and happy to share that designation with you as well. While I can't tell you how many people are on the 100-mile water trail with 84 access sites, I can tell you that we, over the past 5 years, had over 90,000 hits to our website, individual users. We know that we have provided over 2,500 water trail, waterproof and digital maps to people who are out on the water trail. We have rack cards and other information to help distribute that information, so it's available for our residents and our visitors as well. This past year, we updated our water trail plan. It was received by input from site owners like you, as well as paddlers, and things that we heard that people want to see is more improved infrastructure. People are looking for more accessibility, more restrooms along the water trail, more improved water trail restrooms. People are looking for us to continue to preserve the water trail. People want to see more natural shorelines. They want to see boat wash stations and things like that to preserve our waterways for future generations. And people want to connect with communities. They want to have connectivity within communities. They want to see things like camping, like you have at Whitewater Township Park. Those are things that are important to users, and that's what we heard. We are continuing to do improvements on the water trail. As you probably know, right up the road in Elk Rapids, there are some major improvements going on in Rotary Park. We helped the village raise over $1 million to do some major improvements there. It includes a universal access launch, as well as a boat wash station and restrooms for all to use. We're continuing to do that along the water trail as well in other areas. As an organization, we've had over 27 people on the water with us and on water programming. We do kayaking classes, we do community paddles, and we do the Paddle Antrim Festival every year. So we try to engage people in both stewardship and safety out on the water all year round. We're grateful for the communities that we serve and that we can help preserve this resource for future generations. And we're grateful for your partnership for being a part of that. I have for you a copy of our annual report hot off the presses and a letter I sent to you back in September with some additional information as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
So could you provide me with proper spelling of your first and last name? I of course don't know how to spell it.
Who would like to speak next?
I would.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, sir. I own my own property too here.
Excuse me, can you tell
I'm
us
sorry.
your name, please?
Yeah, Denise Heidish.
How to spell that last name?
Heididisch. So
Go ahead.
so I have owned this property since about 2009. Made it my primary residence in 2012. And I thought this was gonna be, like, wow, wonderful, like, we're not so what we are right now, and it's kind of sad. But anyways, I wonder what the purpose is to tell you what you can or cannot do with the property that you own, that you paid for, that you pay the property taxes, that you made improvements on, that you pay the utilities, the insurance, etc. I'm not sure. I guess I don't understand how the township or the county or the government can say what you can or cannot do. I can understand, but we already have other things in place. For example, we have noise ordinances. You cannot make noise after a certain time of day or before a certain time of day, right? We already have that in place. Are we trying to stop other people from enjoying our great area? Because that's what it seems like. When I came up here, I think it was 2007, maybe 2009. It was so wonderful. Now it's so not. And I'm just wondering how we let this great area become so regulated. Why we cannot even let other people enjoy our properties. Why is that? I mean, I would love it if somebody could explain that to me, because I own my property, and if I want to share it with somebody, why am I not allowed to do that? I don't understand. So unless you own a hotel, you can only rent it for 30 days. Does that make any sense? Doesn't to me. And let's face it, we have what? 2 30-day rental periods at best, right? We've got July, August, maybe a little bit of September, maybe a little bit of June. But you got a 30-day rental period, so it just doesn't make any sense. Like, are we so exclusive? Are we so that upper echelon that nobody else can enjoy our Lake Michigan, our Elk Lake? How can we not let anybody else enjoy this? I'll take on the responsibility. It's my property. If somebody is creating a nuisance, we already have laws in place. You can find me. You can find them. You can find all of us. But why are you trying to be so excluding? Like, we have such a wonderful place here. Why are we excluding all of these people? Are we that great? We're Michigan. It's supposed to be pure Michigan. Right now, it's kind of getting pure hell. Anyways. Questions for me?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Who would like to be next, please?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Dennis Dean, I'm at 8778 Carnes Road. We've been in the area since, I think, great-great-grandpa was got our homesteaded it in 1859. James Buchanan signed his homestead agreement. So we've been in the same location or properties, the original farm, still the same location. So we've gone through lots of changes just since I grew up here. And we have two houses that nobody's living in at the time. We put long-term rental in them, and you can't get them out when the time comes. So that the place just gets run down. We said, wow, this is ridiculous. You go in there after you finally get them to leave, you had to remodel the entire houses, and so we spent $4 million making them livable again. And then we even asked if it was okay in the township, and was told it was fine to do short-term rentals. But there's no, what are we supposed to do with these two rentals we have now? And, we're supposed to just let them sit and not do anything with them because we don't want to do long-term rentals any longer. And amazing, and short-term rentals, it is so nice because nobody lives in the house basically, so they get nowhere in town. When somebody comes up for a week or whatever, they're going out to the Old Mission Peninsula or what, to do the wine tours or whatever they're gonna do. They go up or fishing out in the bay or something. So I'm not really sure what, I can see perhaps if they're maybe rowdy and partying, I guess, and that's probably what people are upset about us. But like the last speaker said, we do have ordinances. I'm sure we could write our own ordinances that we control. I mean, we live right next to our rental, so for us, it's no big deal. They know what the rules are, and we're right there, so that something happens, we can correct them. So I'm not sure why you would restrict the use of your own property. There are other ways to take care of problems that might occur in your rentals. And I think we should work towards making sure that the things that are bothering people don't happen, as opposed to taking somebody's rights away for renting their own places out. I had one more thing, AIS, I think was on the hot seat last night. Is that, am I talking?
You're allowed within your 5 minutes, you've been addressed
Okay,
that as well.
yeah. I was thinking we had AIS and Guinness and Tractor Supply. These are all, I'm a farmer, cherry farmer, and hemp farm besides, but these are support businesses for farming. And I think everybody would agree the nicest thing about being up here is you don't have a whole lot, they're all up kind of open space. This time of year, all the trees are flowering, they're gonna go through the apple season, keep flowering. The place is absolutely gorgeous, just surrounded by all this beautiful water. But the reason that all that is there, one thing is because people can make a living off of the land. I mean, you got farmers that are making livings off the land. So I think the thought that they want to get rid of all the support services for the same farmers that are on there, and right now the cherry business is kind of in the tank besides. Once, if we decide we're going to cut off all these businesses that are coming into the community that are supporting the local farmers, pretty soon the farms are going to go out. They're going to all be subdivisions from here to Traverse City, and whoever came up here to live because of this nice resort area and not traffic and all that stuff, they're going to be right back in the city. So I would suggest that the community take a good hard look at policing a lot. And I believe they're putting in a school, I believe, for diesel mechanics. Is that what it was yesterday? I believe that's what they were doing. And I have to laugh because we've got a diesel shaker that's been sitting for a year because we can't get anybody to work on that shaker. We can't really put it on a piece of equipment and haul it to someone. And there's so few people that work on it that nobody comes out to work on their equipment anymore. So you're kind of hung up. I just assume have quite a few more diesel mechanics in the area if that was possible, so I could get my equipment fixed. But I thank you for listening.
Thank you.
I caught you just before you gave me.
Okay, who would like to speak next?
And I get 5 minutes on each topic. I have about 2 minutes on each.
5 minutes, 5 minutes total.
All right, good, there you go. Yeah, we understood it. Okay, so you heard from me, some of you last night. Here is the Civil War grandpa. That's the etching when he got out of the war. It's the grandpa he talks about. We have been his family since pre-Civil War. on the farm. So I brought his picture tonight, so he seemed like a real person. Okay, I guess that was to show, yeah, he is a real person. So first on AIS. Introduce yourself. I'm Barbara Dean, 8778-9010-9002, whatever the barn address is on Elk Lake Road. My other ones are on Carnes Road. Okay, first I'd like to talk on AIS. Last night, I was here, never planned on talking on AIS. I said, Dennis, you're a farmer, you need to come and support them. Okay, they want to build a cold storage building for equipment and attachments and parts so they can develop a training program for 5 county area high school students in diesel mechanics. Last year, like he said, we couldn't get a shaker repaired. There's one mechanic, he tried to repair it by phone for us. It didn't happen. I was surprised by the people who moved into the area, already knowing AIS was there, and they complimented them for being good neighbors. Then the complaints began about the beeping noises from the equipment. Beeping alerts are required on equipment to keep them from killing people, as flashing lights on school boats or school buses. I was a principal who had a parent come in and complain about the flashing lights that hurt her eyes and gave her a headache. So drive at a different time. The conversation went from there to roads, which was not on topic. I never did hear a single mention that a resident in the area talked to AIS first about the concern of the beeping. In the end, it was disappointing to know the committee did not move forward and send a request to the township board for consideration, because it seems now that AIS won't have time to get the program underway for the Traverse City 5 regional school districts in the area. AIS has been supportive of our local industry as farmers. We need them, and I applaud their proactive approach to beginning training programs that are sorely needed. And I already talked about our shaker. That meant that we had to take money from no money for cherries and stretch it because we had to rent and borrow another shaker to get them off the trees, to save the trees for this year, and rotting on the ground, which provides fruit flies for all of us. This is our Civil War grandpa. You saw him. You all wouldn't be here if he hadn't decided to be progressive. If he'd hung on to the land, there wouldn't be a subdivision in Carnes Road. Mrs. Carnes asked us if we wanted to buy it for $100,000 when we were first married in 1977. I had no money and I said, I'm not going to be a farmer. I'm moving to Alaska, which I did, but I'm still a farmer. As not asking for additional land, they're asking for the right to build a building to cold storage their appliances, their attachments. I'm not a farmer, those things you put on the equipment and their parts, so they could use what they're storing now to educate students in diesel mechanic repair. I just think that's the greatest thing ever. You know, they're not changing the setback. They're not changing anything, and they said, we have the equipment, we'll plant a berm along Crisp Road, I guess. I haven't gone and looked. And plant trees if you wish. Okay. They had some solutions. It was just amazing to me that people hadn't gone and talked to them first. Think of the benefit for our entire community of Williamsburg to have such a business. The farmers gain, the students gain, employment and training grow, and there's improvement for the people along Crisp Road. It just seems to me like a win.
You're at 30 seconds. 30 seconds left.
Well, isn't that sad, because I have short-term rentals. I'm volunteering for the community, I don't find it in any regulation that says short-term rentals are not allowed. I keep asking to see it, read it, I don't find it. So I'm volunteering for that. I have a lot of good suggestions, pros, that would be proactive, and I'm sorry, I didn't do that.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to go next? Please come forward and state your name also.
My name is Melinda Gallagher, and I live at 7900 Bags Road. And I'm here to oppose short-term rentals, and I so appreciate the woman and the gentleman who spoke. Certainly they have a right, I get that, to do what they want to do with their properties. They seem, the farmer and the other woman, like they're probably wonderful land or renter landlords. But the problem is, in our neighborhood, we do have some short-term rentals, and it's not as peaceful and well-maintained as we've heard so far this evening. We purchased our home up here to live in a residential neighborhood, not a business neighborhood, and short-term rentals are a business. We moved to our neighborhood because of the community feel. The problem in our neighborhood with short-term rentals is many are rented out on weekends, long weekends, bachelor parties, bachelorette parties. The property owners are called, but within a day or two, because they're weekend rentals, the renters are gone. I find that just in researching the topic a bit, short-term rentals can shoot up housing prices, but that is often due to investors purchasing for their business, for their investment in short-term rental, which increasing the housing property, then the value of the house, then makes it hard for local residents and families to purchase homes who want to live here, families that want to live here on a full-time basis. We have also found that the property owners of short-term rentals don't maintain the property as well as those of us who live there year-round. There's often overflowing trash, there's often many cars in the driveway and out onto the streets. Again, there's a lot of coming and going, and I think it affects the stability of the neighborhood. People don't want to live next door. No one wants to live next door to a bachelor or bachelorette party. So I feel for people who want to have short-term rentals, but I also feel for those of us who live there full-time, purchased in a residential neighborhood to live with residents, not people coming and going.
Thank you. All right, who would like to be next? Is there anybody else that would like to make a public comment?
Hi, my name is Kelly Jo Bowman. I live at 5149 Vinton Road. I have another property at 5115 Vinton Road. I am in favor of STAR. I am a responsible short-term rental host. I stay within 50 yards of both of my properties. And I have a zero tolerance for noise, parties, etc. I engage in a positive relationship with my neighbors and my community through volunteer efforts, and I support local contractors and businesses. I fully support an application process and ordinance that will keep owners responsible. It does sound like that most of the issues can be enforced with some ordinances that we already have, and I understand that. Aside from the short-term rentals, I have also hosted families from 3 to 9 months as they were building or finalizing a purchase on a home. They've been very grateful. They have 3 kids typically. So that's an additional thing that isn't a short-term rental, but it allows me to be able to accommodate a 3-month, 6-month, a 7-month. The Great Lakes Equestrian Festival contributes greatly to the economy of Grand Traverse County. Their needs are more for homes. They're not for hotel rooms. These folks are coming and they're staying 4 weeks at a time. They need to be able to cook and do their laundry. A hotel room doesn't really address those issues. 90% of my bookings are horse show related. They work and they sleep. Maybe 1 or 2 of them get a day off a week. A lot of the concerns that other people have really do seem to be based on an irresponsible homeowner who is not managing their properties properly. I live near loud barking dogs, gas-powered toys that don't have any mufflers. It is loud quite often, and that's 24 hours, 365 days a year. There's a lot of broken down cars, trailers. There's just junk and garbage in yards all over the place, and a lot where I live. I keep the home's yards clean, presentable, and appreciate the extra funds to be able to continue home improvements with local contractors and contribute to the beauty of our area. There are farms that are looking for housing. If we don't allow short-term rentals, they will buy the homes And they will occupy them maybe 3 months out of the year. Nobody else is gonna be in there contributing anything to our area. They use their own contractors from Pennsylvania, from Florida. I've already experienced seeing them come to this area. I really think that we should have the opportunity to support the community, support a huge economic boom for this town. And I'm happy to be responsible to do it, so I appreciate it. If there is a committee, I was not able to see the minutes from last night's meeting, but I would also be interested in contributing on a committee if there is one.
Thank you.
Several ways to possibly, if you provide that one.
Okay, who else would like to speak?
Good evening, my name is Stephen Hole. I live at 434 Island View Drive on Island Lake. My family and I bought our house on Island Lake in 2010. Well, we had a couple kids who were going to Woodland School, and we bought our house on the lake. And the zoning is R1. I was looking at the map over there, and I see that there's a lot of different designations. And our zoning is R1. And I was surprised on our lake that there was one house that had lots of comings and goings over the years, and realized that it was being utilized as short-term rental. There was one on our lake. And when we talked with, Mr. Pop, when he was here, he said, well, you know, there's really no way to control that. When I looked at the website, it says that short-term rentals are not allowed. And he seemed to think that, well, it was just kind of beyond them to, how are we going to enforce such a thing? So the years have gone by. Now we have 5 or 6 short-term rentals on Island Lake. And most important to me, my next door neighbor sold his house, and he tried to sell it to someone who's going to be a resident because we were good neighbors, but he sold it to someone who didn't divulge that they wanted to do Airbnb with it until they bought the property, moved in, told us, oh, well, we're gonna Airbnb this. And that house is, 40 feet from our house. And we're both in R1 zoning. I have since learned that in Michigan, the Michigan courts have affirmed that zoning in the state follows the permissive use doctrine. You guys probably know about that. This is new to me, but I've learned about this now. This means a property may be used only for purposes expressly allowed in the local zoning ordinance. If a use is not listed, it is prohibited by default. The R1 zoning does not say anything about short-term rental use. So my position is that these people on our lake are in violation of the zoning, and somebody who is in authority needs to get it together and say, hey, this is a violation. This is not right. Otherwise, our zoning is meaningless. As you all know, if you're not going to enforce it, then why have it? So I know that there's a lot of other zonings in the township. I can't speak to that. I'm not speaking to that right now, but I'm totally in favor of enforcing the rules that we have, and the rules in R1 do not permit short-term rentals. Thank you. Appreciate your work.
Thank you. Who would like to speak next?
Hi, I'm Lorraine Packer, sorry, GARCHOW-PACKER. My first name is very odd, it's LAURENE. live at 212 Island View Drive, so I'm on the same lake as Stephen. And there are a couple others here tonight as well from our small lake. And unfortunately, the woman who spoke about being a great short-term renter and the people who have a lot of space and land, I understand because I myself used to have to go out to California and I'd go to Airbnbs and I loved it. So I do understand, but we are on a private small lake of 100 homes. And as Stephen had mentioned, now we have about 5 rentals and we potentially will have up to 10. All the ones that we kind of heard are going to go on the market, become short-term rentals again. And that's about 10% of our homeowners. And that's just seems like a lot. While many people are responsible homeowners, and ours, for the 5 that we have are as well, but they don't live there. And so what seems to happen a lot is that issues come up, and as residents there on the lake, and at one point I was on the board of the lake as well, and so we kind of got bombarded with the issues as well. But what will happen is over the weekend or during the time that they're renting, things will come up and the property owner will not be available. So we're triaging and trying to help, quiet the residents or our own concerns, and the landowners are not there to help with that. And by the time we reach them, everything's quieted down and they're gone. I mean, it seems, and it would be one thing if it was something you could control and say, okay, we've handled that and now we're done and we'll move on. But it always seems to be something different. People throwing dead fish back in the water, not knowing that's not allowed, dogs barking and running down after you on your boat, people in the hot tub up till like 3 in the morning, people, catcalling after people walking around the lake, people driving up and down the street, just coming and going from on our private road, but yelling out the window at you. So it really disturbs kind of why we moved to this small lake in the property, because we are here to meet other people and to plant roots and to know our neighbors. So while I do understand the concerns and some of the other ideas around people who have a lot of land and don't use their property the whole time in a place like where we live, it's very disturbing, and it's seems to be constant, and our concern is that it's just gonna grow, and that's going to change the whole feeling of our lake living, which we understand there's always change, but we don't want it in that way. So that's why we don't want the short-term rentals.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Who else would like to speak?
I'm Vern Gothier. I live on 10233 Deal Road. I've lived in this area my entire life. We've lived on Deal Road for 34 years. I live with my wife on Deal Road. We're not rich people. In fact, we're retired. So we were given the opportunity, since the horse shows in this area, to be able to short-term rental our house. And we make a little bit of money, able to retire. That's it, and be able to keep our house up. So I'm in high support of short-term rentals. We have contracts when people come in that don't allow parties. And we have quiet time at 10 o'clock, and many other rules that go along with our house. So, and I think that's what everybody should have. They should all be demanding that parties are not in their home, because this is my home. This is where I live. So it's not, I don't have several houses. I only have one, and that's the house that we live in. So I think there should be rules. There's no doubt about that. And I think that every homeowner should enforce those rules. Thank you.
Thank you. Who else would like to speak tonight?
Honey Bomb is 8388 Winnie Lane. Interesting topic we have tonight, even though it's not on the agenda. Seems to be appearing in every single meeting now, like land division, like marijuana. We have a problem. Great moments are born from great opportunities. Read the sign when you drive into Whitewater Township Some of them say zoned and some of them don't. I haven't figured out why the ones on 72 don't say zoned, but the other ones say zoned. Which means we have ordinances. Everybody should start their homework with figuring out where all the ordinances are, general, zoning, permissive, etc. There's lots of them. I refer to them sometimes as chapters, because some of them are really big. Chapter 4, I think, will answer a lot of questions. But remember, we're a zoned community. I hope this debacle really doesn't turn out like marijuana did and we all have to fight each other to figure out what we want to do. So how do we compromise? How do we come up with a solution that fits everybody's needs? We can do better. We can educate ourselves. And we can learn to read definitions. Maybe we should all go home and start our homework over and ask who, what, when, where, how, why. Because we've all started a race here. We forgot to stretch, we forgot to eat,
Heidi,
we
can you
forgot
please,
our water bottle.
can you turn towards the microphone so you can be heard, please?
Okay, so we started a race. We forgot our water bottle, we forgot our food, and we forgot to listen to go. And we all ran in different directions. Now look what we got. Chaos. So somehow we have to either all have a big party and figure out how we can all agree, or we can start making some rules and regulations. The problem is now everybody narcs on each other. So now we have to figure out how to fix it. We need a solution that goes for everybody, because we all gotta get along. So you can have rules and regulations, and everybody has to follow them. Like getting a permit before you build something. Or call the zoning administrator before you figure out, can I really put a fence here? We just spent a lot of money making that map. Now, if we're not gonna have rules, then stop spending the money. And let's just go to unincorporated and Grand Traverse County can take care of us. It's not hard, 20% of the vote.
Thank you. Who else would like to speak tonight?
Kim Mangus, M-A-N-G-U-S. I have to agree with Heidi on one main thing. I think things are out of order. They're not being done in the proper order. We are addressing enforcement of something that we haven't stopped to address a general ordinance or a zoning ordinance for. The correct order is get our township's general ordinances in order. Go through them. They are a mess. They are worse than the zoning ordinance. They are unreadable. And with very few exceptions, they're not even accessible. Most people don't even know what our general ordinance is. They can't get a copy of them. They can't read them. And for the most part, there probably aren't that many board members or planning commissioners who have read even half of the general ordinances we have on the books that every person here is expected to abide by. Fix your general ordinances, then come back and address. You're starting with addressing the stick, and you don't even have the rules. It's really hard to follow rules that haven't been written yet. I have a couple things I want to address. I'll go through them as quickly as possible. Short-term rentals are the best thing that's happened for this township in the area of blight. There are uninhabitable properties that I know have been vacant for 10 years. My husband and I looked at them to purchase and determined that they were too far gone to put the money into them to rehab and make them habitable again. I see them now, they're beautiful. They're being used as short-term rentals. It's an excellent use of those properties. They have done a great service to our township. Are all short-term rental owners great? No, there have been issues. I spent 15 years on the planning commission, as all of you I'm sure know. When I started, anyone who came to our PC, who came to our board or came to our ZA was not told that short-term rentals were illegal. They were told the same thing as the gentleman on Island Lake said. We can't enforce that because it's not on the books. There are a lot of people in this room and people that were here last night at the PC meeting that came and asked, They asked the question, they checked the zoning, they looked up the rules, there weren't any rules, they were told it was allowed. So they didn't start doing something that they were told was illegal. Now, yes, I know it's been posted on the website, and we can argue whether state law or state court cases have changed things. But it's not an intent and willful breaking of a law. There is nothing on our books. And a lot of folks started before it was even a discussion. On the planning commission, we had not addressed it early in my tenure because it wasn't a problem, with the agreement that if it became a problem, we would address it. Now it's a problem, it should be addressed. It should be addressed with an ordinance. And I understand you've been presented with an ordinance with a group of citizens who put together, here's some of the rules from other communities that we think would make it better for everyone. I did not hear a single issue that is not addressed by that ordinance in some way. Is it perfect? I'm sure it isn't. But it would address 80 to 100% of the issues I've heard brought up. It addresses parties, it addresses quiet hour, it addresses ordinances. It addresses, I've read a copy, you have it, I believe, in your packet. It addresses making sure that residents who come and visit our community know what the guidelines are. There was a little pamphlet that I think was intended to be handed out to anyone visiting. I would encourage you to put it in place, move it forward, encourage the PC to move it forward. You can go back and revisit it. I do not know of a single community in our area that has not put in a short-term ordinance and then reviewed it another couple of years down the road to see what is and isn't working. Civil infractions ordinances, I'm adamantly against them. They give up our constitutional rights. I know folks are gonna say, well, 90% of the township, we have townships that don't even have zoning. If our township is the only one that doesn't have a civil infractions ordinance, take people to court when it's a problem, talk to them, work it out, try to come to an agreement, try to move towards common goals. But I would be perfectly proud of being in a community that preserves our individual freedoms enough to not put a civil infractions ordinance in place.
Yeah.
It's not good for our community. What was that?
30 seconds.
It's not a good thing. Our community is always, the important thing in our community is our character. It's not the rules that we have that make us a community, it's the character of the people here. And setting up a us versus them attack regime is not healthy for anyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Who else would like to speak tonight?
Yeah.
Anybody else?
Jessica Mangus, 5101 Round Bear Lane. I just had something I wanted to address from, I believe, the emergency meeting on Good Friday. I might be the youngest person in this room. I work full-time hours and I work in the tourism-based food service industry that keeps this town and the neighboring towns and most of our towns partly afloat, especially for us young people. And there was no way I could go to that meeting without potentially losing my job. If I were to just call and say, hey, there's something real big, I have to be there, I'm sorry, and I was gone on Good Friday at Crackerville, that could have been it, and then I have no money coming in. And the subject at hand for it, which I believe was the civil infraction ordinance, a fine of $500 a day, I make $500 a week. There's no way I could contest that. And I think there's a lot of people where they couldn't either. In my opinion, you guys, you were voted in, from what I hear, by a landslide. You were selected by the public. And by extension, you serve the public. I'm sure you want to do that very well, but I think having a meeting called that wasn't exactly an emergency either on Good Friday was not just a disservice, it was an insult, especially to those that just couldn't make it, that had other responsibilities, and people that celebrate that particular holiday. That's all.
Here, here.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that has a comment to make today?
Okay.
My name is Sue Melnick. I live at 9304 Oaks Drive in Williamsburg. I typed my comments to make sure that I was very clear in sharing them with you. My comments this evening are relative to short-term rentals and the April 18th Good Friday meeting. Let me begin by saying that my comments are my own and are not reflective of my husband's opinion. My husband is Randy Melnick, who sits here on the board. Certainly, STRs are a hot topic. I'm familiar with land use for many years. I've been involved in commercial and industrial multi-million-dollar real estate projects at a national level for a Fortune 200 company. I have a pretty good understanding of development, developers, ordinances, land use, etc. In my career, I've also coached Fortune 500 CEOs and presidents and their teams, helping them develop into impactful leaders. Based on my experience, I know what it takes to be a good leader. I was at the PC meeting last night, and several people spoke for and against STRs. I found it interesting to hear varying opinions. I am confident that we as the residents of Whitewater Township can solve these issues, since 2/3 of the residents would like some form of one form or another of a short-term rental. Perhaps short-term rentals can be in wrecks and egg areas where they will not be bothersome to neighbors, and a limited amount in subdivisions or along the lake. Again, I'm very confident that this will work out. I was happy to hear the formation of the ROS group, which is the Resident Outreach Subcommittee, made up of a PC member or so and interested residents who will address STRs and other matters of importance in the township and report back. Right now, however, STRs are illegal and have been for years. They have been illegal. Last night, I heard from a former PC member say because the ordinance doesn't specifically say STRs are illegal, they are not. If I were to follow that logic, then I can put a 7-Eleven in my front yard. Because it's not written specifically in the ordinance that I can't. That's absurd. Talking loudly and with authority does not make you a subject matter expert. What it indicates is a lack of self-awareness and a need to pontificate. To be allowed, STRs would have to be listed among uses permitted in a zoning district. It is not. What is allowed is B&Bs, hotels, motels. Please read the ordinance. A legal case can be made for this. There's no infraction mechanism to hold people accountable for this violation or any other violation, including noise, blight, buildings without a permit. Instead, prior boards have either ignored the ordinance violations or have sued in court, which is very time consuming and expensive. And this brings me to Good Friday. I was shocked. I was not there, but I was shocked to hear from my husband and friend and neighbors of what took place on that meeting on April 18th. My understanding of the purpose of the meeting was to set a date. It was to set a date for a public hearing so that a civil infraction ordinance could be discussed and all residents would be able to provide comments. The packet could have had more explanation, and I think that may have scared people. But instead of voicing concerns and asking questions for clarity, there was verbal attacks. You came with torches and you came with clubs. Quite interesting because it was Good Friday.
30 seconds.
I bet you didn't see yourselves as being part of that crowd with maybe a few Pharisees thrown in. A lot of assumptions were made, and quite honestly, I've heard that they were pretty ugly. Getting your information from Facebook where rumors and innuendos fly freely is a mistake. The meeting was about setting a date for a public hearing so that a civil infraction ordinance could be discussed in an open and well-advertised way. It was held on Good Friday at 8 a.m. because of member scheduling conflicts and proper public notice requirements. And I'll go really quick. Zoom was not available because it was broken. It was broken. I'm sure you're not surprised at how antiquated these systems in this building are. I'm glad we have a new Zoom system. I love this. This is great. There is nothing nefarious, underhanded, or sneaky behavior going on. And to think otherwise is just wrong. I doubt if any board member wanted to be there. A board member in particular accused did not simply apply, but accused other board members of taking action on STIs that benefited themselves when she was out of town. Why the accusations? I don't believe that the board member was fully forthcoming prior to the meeting on April 18th.
I'm sorry, Sue, we're out of time.
Okay, thank you. In closing, I just know that I'm very appreciative of the board, minus one person, for the work that they do. Thank you.
Wow.
And I'm pissed.
Well, I wasn't gonna make a public comment tonight. I sent a letter to Vicky Beam on Bags Road. Boy, it just keeps getting uglier and uglier here. I appreciate all of you running, and you all know that I did my part in going out and helping get you all elected. And I thought we were gonna be moving in the right direction. I hope that that is what we're happening. I'm glad that we have Zoom. I'm disappointed, and I don't even know if that's the word, I'm discouraged that nobody on Zoom can have a comment. I thought we wanted to be more open and transparent here. Why not let Zoom participants be part of this? I have been fortunate to be able to go to Florida for a few months a year, and I hope to continue doing that. I still want to be part of this community and participate. So I hope that I'm able to participate. Our fire chief was able to make comments tonight via Zoom, so why can't residents? As far as short-term rentals, I hope that we can work through that. I see the pros and cons on both sides. I personally called when I had a home on Chris Road, and I mentioned this to you before, and I spoke with the prior supervisor and the prior zoning administrator, and was told that I could rent. In my line of work, I don't do things that are gray area. So I'm a little concerned that was the precedence, and a lot of people have mentioned it. I was not out to break any laws. I could be in trouble and lose my career if I broke a law. So I really do hope that you work together with the residents. I do feel that this is such an important topic. I personally travel a lot, and I would prefer to be an Airbnb or VRBO to a hotel any day. I'm part of the community when I go there. I get to live in somebody's home. If I want to do laundry, I can do that. We are very fortunate to have the horse show here. When I did rent, it was to horse show people, and as was mentioned, they were never at the house. It was like they weren't there. So I feel that there should be rules, but I hope that you involve us. Please be transparent. I don't want to be pointing fingers. We have had so much of that. My God, we're tired of it. You all were elected because we wanted to move forward. So please work together and listen to those of us that are the voice here. I'm having a meeting tomorrow because of an ongoing issue that an ordinance that was in black and white was ignored. And I have personally spent a lot of my money to help in making sure that it's enforced, and it's probably going to be back in front of you in no time. I'm sure you've heard the notice that the appeal is on June 4th. That is an ordinance that's black and white. This that we're dealing with right now isn't. I know I'm repeating right now, but please, let's just be transparent and work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Who else would like to make a comment tonight? Anyone?
Mike Jacobson, 7031 Skewmore Point Road. I'm in favor of a short-term rental thing. I think the comments about getting some zoning in place and getting some regulations down so that people can do this are good comments. I was at the PC meeting last night, and I spoke about that quite a little bit. I gave my suggestions to them, and as far as I understand, other people are supposed to do that, so I don't want to waste your time with a bunch of that, but I do want to say that even though I think the stuff on the lakes, the short-term rentals on the lakes maybe need more restrictions than some of these other places that aren't on the lakes. Short-term rentals on the lakes are a long-standing thing in this community. They were going on when I was born. I'm a lifelong resident, more or less, in this community, like the Dean family. My great grandfather and his brother worked the logging camps that cleared this land so that all of you people could come here and build your houses. So my history goes back a long ways here. The Pontotoskis on Round Lake, which you call Lake Skidmore, operated right up into the 2000s. I'm not sure exactly when they quit, but right up into the 2000s, they were operating short-term rentals right on Round Lake. And the Conklins were operating on Elk Lake. I'm not sure when they quit, but I know what was going on in the 70s. My grandmother and my mother cleaned cottages down there for them. I hung out there as a kid many times while they were working. What's going on in this community is very upsetting to me. All the newcomers, when they come here, they say, we love what we found here, we love it here, okay? But now it seems as though all these newcomers are saying, we don't like what the people who lived here their whole life are doing, and we want to curtail it. Us people who have lived here our whole life, we didn't go and make our money somewhere else. We didn't get rich somewhere else so we could come and buy land in a resort community. We had to do what it took to make a living here. And sometimes it's a little messy, okay? For years, I had to have a car or two extra laying in the yard for parts to keep the one that was getting me around to get back and forth to work running. That's a way of life. Why somebody else can tell me I can't do that is ridiculous. And this civil infraction thing that you got going on, I'm totally against it. In my opinion, it's a good way so the neighbors can pick on somebody they don't like. And let me explain what I mean by that. In 1996, when I had broke both my heels in the spring, was sitting in a wheelchair, the cops showed up on my door and told me that I was in trouble because my firewood was not stacked. Okay? I'm sitting there in a wheelchair. How am I supposed to stack the firewood? My buddies came and dropped the firewood off because they knew I needed it. I didn't have a furnace.
30 seconds.
So you got to take into consideration that there's other people, not just these lakefront people and the rich people that moved here. There's a whole lot of us that lived here a whole life and made it work. And I've also been told to move my stuff out of the front yard into my backyard because people can see it from the road. And then when I move it to the backyard, the cops come back and they say, you can't have it there either because the people walking down the Losi Road Trail, which was called the Swamp Trail forever, can see it.
Made mine, you're out of time, but thank you.
And I do have a question. This civil infractions, the paperwork that you handed out, it had a whole bunch of mistakes in it. Is there a new copy so that people can see it? You talked about it in the last meeting, but I can't find a new copy.
Yes, there was a new copy that was in the packet for this week, for this meeting today.
I'd like a hard copy of it,
We can
please.
get you a copy of that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to make a public comment? Okay, we'll move on with our agenda. Okay, the first presentation we have is, we've got Gary Clark here, former code enforcement officer, to give us about a 15-minute presentation and answer some questions from the board.
Hello.
Thanks for coming.
Gary Clark, I live at 8977 Skidmore Point Road. I've got 46 years in law enforcement. I worked in the city of Roseville, I retired as a detective lieutenant. I spent 10 years with them as code enforcement officer. I moved up here. I'm currently armed security with Homeland Security, protecting government properties. Yeah, I guess with the code enforcement thing, I want to know, do you guys have BSA software? BSNA?
We have it for the treasurer's office and we're converting, upgrading that and also putting BSNA into the clerk's office.
Because they have a very good software program for code enforcement. I don't know that it would suit the township in that regard. And I don't know how much of our codes that we would enforce are codified. Is everything in the ordinance, or would things need to be updated? Things such as, and I know we're a rural area compared to a city area. Cars and unrunning cars, unlicensed cars, unstacked wood, you're not gonna enforce things like that in certain areas. But it would have to be in the ordinance before the violation could be written.
You want to answer that, Randy?
Well, we have with regard to zoning, the general ordinances are standalone ordinances that exist.
Did they specifically mention junk and debris?
There are several individual ordinances that.
Okay, as long as they're codified, then you're on the safe legal ground. Our issue was always compliance, not fines. We would send out a 10-day notice, telling them what the issue was, how to correct it, what needs to be corrected. We'd follow up after 10 days. If it wasn't, we'd give them a second notice. By the time we got to the third notice, which is usually over a month, then a violation would be. I don't know if you've worked with the 86th District Court. I know you said before we were talking and how cost prohibitive it is, you'd have to get an attorney. If you had a person here that was not necessarily a code enforcement officer, but a sworn officer by the township that could write the violation, could testify in court. You can do that without an attorney. It's a civil infraction. You don't need to bring an attorney down every time something has to be done. I think if you talk to the 86th District Administrator, you could probably find out what other townships are doing and how it can be done. I gave you all a copy of where I worked, what they have, the printed notices, things that you would either mail to someone or hang on the door. And it could be, the township could make up their own thing of the biggest complaints. And it's usually like a top 10, we used to call it, of the complaints that we would make. We would send out a notice that it needs to be corrected.
Can I ask him a question as we go?
Yes.
Okay, I
Yes,
just wanted to, you answered one question where you're from. So we did get the handout of like a door hanger, just so people know.
Yes.
Of different violations that.
And things like that wouldn't apply to a rural area.
What was your population? Is your population there?
When I was there, it was approximately 55,000 people.
Okay.
9 square miles.
So the things.
It was a city.
So that, yeah, the things that you'll talk about then are us compared to like city of Traverse City, quite different.
Oh, yes.
You know, our population size.
But the same thing, you have a problem with a noise ordinance with a short-term rental, and I'm not getting on either side of that. But who's gonna enforce it? You're not gonna get, if the call comes in at 10 o'clock at night, you're not gonna get it until the next Monday, and the problem's gone. So unless that person that called it in wants to go report and testify, I don't know how you, that's something totally different. But whether you can cite the homeowner for a nuisance, you know, that would be something that would have to be in the ordinance, and I don't know about that.
Yeah, and then just a couple more questions. So you were a full-time employee, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then you probably have other employees in your department as well,
Yes.
in that population, right?
Yep.
Okay, so
There
then
were 4 of us.
your question that you had about, you don't know who would enforce it here if this were adopted. We just recently hired a zoning administrator
No.
Used to be a contract.
No.
No, I'm just saying we have one, but it's not even full-time. So that's the difference about, enforcement is we're very limited budget, very limited staff. So that's always gonna be an issue here.
Right, and that's why I said that was gonna be one of my other things is, I know that you can't hire, maybe possibly you could hire somebody to work 1 day a week, a few hours a day. It depends if you wanna be proactive or reactive. And I'd say here, you probably wanna be reactive, you don't have the funds or the sort of resources to be proactive. To drive around like we used to do and look for violations. We would take our complaints, but we also go out and notice things on our own. Gutters falling off a roof, disrepair, things like that. But here, like I said, if you had one person, and I don't know how it would be done, that could write the violation. If a complaint comes in, the person could send out the notice, follow up. If it doesn't get taken care of, then the violation would ultimately be issued if you didn't meet compliance. Yeah, that was pretty much it. Just, like I said, the STRs, there's no way, you're not gonna be able to police them for noise, for parking, for, I'd be at a loss.
Well, one last question for you. So when you talked about district court, did you go, do these issues go in front of a magistrate or a district court judge?
Typically, it'd be a magistrate.
Okay.
Because I talked before, we used to write ordinance violations, they were misdemeanors. Because a civil infraction usually didn't get much traction on that. But I think because of the community, we're not large enough, I forget what the wording you told me the one time was. You couldn't write a misdemeanor ticket, it would have to be a civil infraction.
Okay. So it'd be like a traffic ticket that you.
Basically, yes. Yeah, and then no points, no.
Right.
And a lot of times, even when you got to court, if you could make an arrangement that, okay, by a certain date it gets fixed, we'll dismiss it. But again, I think you'd have to talk to the court administrator to make sure that somebody here could be not deputized, but sworn in by the township. They would have the ability to write the violation, could send it to the court would send out a court date. And then the person that wrote the ticket would have to go and testify. And there's no attorney needed. The township wouldn't have to pay an attorney for it. It's just, did you observe this? Did they have pictures? Is it a violation? We have it codified in the ordinance. You're guilty or?
Can I ask you a question? Yeah, I think Randy asked for questions first. Go ahead, Randy.
Just a quick one here. So can you walk me through the protocols you have for issuing warnings as opposed to immediately handing out tickets? Is there?
It was, the first thing was like one of those notes.
This that you hung up on someone's door?
Yeah, we usually write, not just check a box. We would put a couple notes at the bottom with the phone number. And the notice would say you have 10 days to correct this issue. If it was say it was a shed built too close to the property line without a permit, that wasn't a 10-day thing. That was, okay, you got 30 days to correct it. But we would send out a 10-day notice. We would have somebody go out and follow up after 10 days, usually 11 or 12 days, depending on weekends. If it wasn't corrected, they would get what we call a second notice with another 10 days. And then if it wasn't corrected, they got the third notice with another 10. So it was usually 40, 45 days before it actually got to the ticket.
So you were operating under there being a complaint, or are you noticing something?
So either or, it could be a complaint, reactive or proactive. The code officer saw it and it was bad enough that they go out and hang a note on the door. Or in some cases, you just mail it to them. You don't have to go out and actually put it on the door. Some people didn't want the confrontation, because code enforcement officers aren't police officers. So they just mail it to them, and sometimes that was easier. So usually before it got to a ticket, and again, you didn't want the ticket, all you wanted was compliance.
Yeah, right, the goal is not to get tickets out, the goal is to get compliance.
And even if it got to the point of a ticket, it's like, okay, whatever the court date is, if you get this done before the court date, we'll dismiss it. That's, you want compliance.
Wendy, you had a question?
So in your mind, why was your job necessary? Like, why would we need someone like you? What's the alternative?
What's the alternative?
Like a non-zoned community?
Just people could do whatever they wanted, throw junk in their yard, have a car parked in the front on blocks. Have the music up till whenever, disturbing the neighbors. And there's a whole myriad of issues. You could be living next door to somebody with the gutters flopping in the wind and, you know, just totally not taking care of their property.
Right. So do you feel like you made a difference then? Like your job was necessary?
It was, I felt like I was banging my head against the wall, but
Mhm.
in our community, we had, it was during the downturn of, in there, 2006, 7.
Right.
We had a lot of investors been buying up the homes that the original families all turned them into rentals. So the renters that were in there wouldn't cut the grass, wouldn't take the garbage out, just threw it on the porch. And it was in a residential area, so that was the big issue that we had. But there were some where, I mean, there'd be a hole in the roof and people are still living there. We got a tarp for 2 years on the roof. And the other neighbors were complaining, and that's issues we would deal with.
Okay. Anything else you wanted to share with us or any other questions from the board?
No, it's just if you follow up with the clerk and see if that's something that you can do, you might be able to alleviate some of your issues. Like, I can't get into the other thing that people are talking about tonight, but
Okay.
should be a way to enforce an issue that you have a problem with.
All right. Thank you, Gary, for coming.
Thank you.
All right, next on the agenda is 186 Networks broadband report. Do we have a representative from them today? There is some information in the packet. However, no report. Okay. Moving on, I do not see Daryl Nelson unless he's tucked away back there. All right, then moving on, we already have the fire report, planning commission report. Randy.
Okay, there's no written report in the packet because the meeting was just last night. It was a long meeting. It went to about 11 o'clock last night. We heard a lot of comments about short-term rentals during public comment. There were probably 15 or so, I think, including both pro and con. We had 2 proposed rezonings on the agenda, and we conducted public hearings for both of them. The first was Grand Traverse Plastics on Moore Road. They were proposing to rezone 2 parcels on the west side of Moore Road for plan expansion. It's a new warehouse proposed on this site. The request was approved and will be coming to the township board for action next month. After that, if it's rezoned, they will then provide site plans to the planning commission for final approval, so it can move forward. At this point, we're just talking about the zoning, but they showed us that their plans are to construct a 45,000 square foot warehouse on that property. So we'll be seeing that as the board at the next meeting. The AIS, as was mentioned here, had proposed rezoning property to the south of their existing facility. This existing building area is zoned industrial, but land to the south is zoned both agricultural and residential. We had a lot of public comment on this request and no action was taken. It's not required that the planning commission or a town board for that matter act on the same evening as the public comment. There were a good number of comments that flowed from that discussion. And the planning commission thought that they should take some time to review some of the issues and encourage the AIS to reach out to some of the neighbors with some of their concerns as well. So there's some work to do in the next 30 days to see what can change, or if not, I don't know, but give some time for us to digest what was said at the meeting. So that will be on the planning commission's agenda in June. We did have a brief discussion about the upcoming joint planning commission town board meeting on the 29th. And just some preliminary conversations about the structure of the ROS. You'll remember we talked about that in the February board meeting with the memo that I prepared and conversations about the ROS but that was all, moved towards more substantive discussion on May 29th, which would be the joint meeting of Planning Commission and Town Board. There was, as in your packet, a proposed zoning ordinance amendment dealing with STRs that got on the agenda got to that on the agenda about 11 o'clock, and it was not discussed last night. So that will again go forward to the next meeting.
Can I clarify, was it not discussed because of the late hour?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it was already after 11.
All right.
Everyone was pretty burned out. And then I would also mention that we expect our planning consultant to continue work and produce an assessment of our zoning ordinance within the next few weeks. That'll likely be presented at the June PC meeting as well. So that's the news from the planning department.
Moving on, zoning report. I think we've got Deb online. So, right. Deb, we're unmuting you, I believe. We're asking you to unmute. You need to click it on your.
Okay, she's unmuted. Okay. Go ahead, Deb.
Is our volume down?
No.
Deb, we're not able to hear you.
Agreed. She knows sign.
To you, okay. So possibly a tech issue.
It's unmuted.
Yeah.
You're showing unmuted here.
It would just have to be muted on her end.
On her end.
And now she's
Now she's
muted.
muted.
No, she needs to unmute. Or you can do it there. There you go.
I can't see it from this angle.
And it shows she's not muted, but it's not working.
Yeah,
Okay,
because of
maybe the
speaker
phone's on her
problem.
end.
Okay, well, we're not able to do that today, but her report is in the packet as well. Next we have Mike Dwyer Parks report.
As usual, parks and recreation. Put a little fun in tonight.
Yeah.
So, we're talking about the campground. That's the big topic. Campground opens up tomorrow. First campers should be rolling in anytime between 3 o'clock is the check-in. We'll allow people to come in, probably starting 1 o'clock, just so we can space things out. Much of the work to get the park open has been completed. The turning on of the wells, the septic systems. We have our new lead ranger, Tom Bernecki, also standing back there. Want to call him out. He has been a tremendous asset in the park in the short amount of time he's been here, and I'm very happy to have him on the team. The rest of our crew, most of them have returned and have come in for a cleanup day this week, and they will be we'll be phasing them in as campers come in. We got our water turned on, had both samples were sent out, came back good. However, we turned the report into the health department, and there's a new health department guy who has requested that we rechlorinate the well and system and give 2 more reports, water reports, not because there's any contamination, it's because of a, I don't know if it's a clerical thing you want to call it, but it's something that's in his list of things that needs to be done that had never been done here in the park. I researched back with Hearst Mechanical. They're the ones that fill out the reports on openings and inspections, and they've never done it. I've contacted former members of the board who said in the last 5 years, they've never had to chlorinate the well prior to opening. I did talk with them, explain to the gentleman's health department that we are opening up tomorrow and that we do have 2 past water samples. And he said it's just a technicality that we have to do this. He knows that our water is good. He's not gonna come down and shut the park down. He's gonna let us open this weekend, but I will have to shut the water system down next week, and we will chlorinate the well. I got that scheduled for Tuesday of next week. We'll have to let that set for 24 hours, then flush the system out. And then we have, water lab will come in and take the first of 2 samples at the end of the week. So we will contact any campers that are camping that week and that weekend, let them know what our situation is. This is our 3rd time having to do this while we were open, so this isn't anything new. And as much of a pain as it is, we're fortunate that it's the very beginning of the season, and it's before Memorial Weekend. We are not gonna be that busy, and it's the 2 times prior to that, it was right before sold out weekends. So, and we weathered through that. So I'm confident that this will be a pain. I hate that this happens, but I guess we gotta play by the rules, and the new health department guy, this is the rules. And
Mike, can I clarify, is
Yeah.
this gonna be something you have to do every spring?
yes, we are, because
So
we
it's-
empty the lines out in the fall time.
Okay.
He's saying that the air that's in the line could potentially contaminate the water. So, and what we've done in the past is taken a water sample after we've opened the water up, and which we did this time, and shows that our water is good, but it is in his list that still needs chlorinated and still needs done. So starting this year, next year, that will be added to the list of things to do. So after we turn on the water, we'll have to chlorinate the well and then get our samples taken after that.
Okay.
The downside to this is because we are opening and he has to mark us possibly incompliant. And what that means is they may require us to have to take water samples 12 in a row for the next year. I'm hoping, I've contacted them, told them that we've already scheduled the chlorination of the well, told them what we're doing. And I've already contacted the water sampling people and scheduled pick up for those. I'm hoping when I turn in, because I have to turn in a new report to the health department, that they will forego that, see that we decided, it's the rules, we're gonna play by the rules. And hopefully they'll give us a little leeway and let us slide on that for this year, without having to mark us incompliant.
Okay.
So with that out of the way, I did want to say that all of the sites are booked up as of today for opening weekend. And we're really excited about it, and everything's up and running. I double checked electricity today, and docks are gonna be put in tomorrow, wood's delivered tomorrow. We're still waiting on that delivery, but we're gonna be ready to go. Any questions?
Porta potties?
Porta potties, porta potties have been delivered, yes. Yes.
Any other?
So restrooms are all clean, ready to go?
Yep.
What's the situation on the electrical for the showers?
Electrical with the showers, we want to have an expert come in to do that because of water and electricity as far as the modification goes. We were able to turn on the solenoid units permanently at this point for each shower, so no one has to put a coin in. For this weekend, we have laminated signs that are going up into the bathroom explaining that the showers are free for registered campers. And to help us out, please take short showers and turn the water off.
When will they be fixed?
I want to have that done definitely before Memorial Weekend. We're gonna have, the camper registration is fairly lean, so I want to make sure it's done safely and right. Water, electricity scares the dickens out of anybody that wants to look at this and do the work. So,
Do you have a contractor lined up for that?
not at this point.
Well, they're not in the shower stalls, they're around the wall,
Yeah,
around the corner,
yeah,
so.
Yeah.
The boat launch, you got your new color tags.
The code tags, they're being printed right now. They're still not ready. We're gonna, if anybody, we're gonna use the same daily tags that we used before. We're changing the color of seasonal resident passes to a different color. We ran into some issues last year, people trying to show us with their hands over the year. And they took the seasonal pass and finding out that it's from a previous year, so.
So on ice, are you gonna just direct people to go to the gas stations? to get
I'm
ice?
hoping that gets delivered tomorrow. I've been trying to call them for over a week now, and you can't reach anybody on the phone. Their 800 number now goes to nowhere. There's another number that goes to a person whose mailbox is constantly full. I do have a number from a previous year, from the previous manager, and that number did get me through to a valid call-in center that said this number is verified for 9500 Park Road. Do you need a delivery? And push one yes, and they say, okay, delivery is confirmed, and then they hang up. So that's what
Well, at least they have some gas stations to go to now on the wood. I'm concerned, it's gonna then be delivered for tomorrow for many tomorrows, but.
Yep.
So if it doesn't show up,
It will show up.
well, if it doesn't, what I'm saying is, well, I'm saying people prepaid for the wood, like you indicated to me, right? What would be your plan for a refund?
I have probably 25 bundles still right now, but I talked to Bert Moki this morning, and he's ready to send delivery. I just have to call him and tell him that I have his check ready, and it'll be delivered tomorrow morning. That's 100%.
And then he did indicate to me, Jill, that last year and then again this year, people had the option to prepay for their wood, and we have to pay sales tax on that, and that's just something in that daily thing that you're gonna have to figure out how to do all that.
And that explains, I believe, I can go back and confirm, but explains why last year's wood numbers didn't match up
Right.
sales on what we ordered. It's because that was the first year that people could prepay for them online.
Right,
So-
the revenue went into
Yeah.
camping revenue instead of wood sales.
Yeah.
So the restroom trailer sale, I haven't heard anything since last
I haven't heard
Friday.
anything, I'm waiting for the call, and
Did they FedEx the label? No, okay, I'll call.
over, it's ready to go, but I need to find out from someone that has paid for it, obviously. It's okay. If there's no more questions, thank you.
We're all set.
All right, thanks.
Jill, do you have any report on?
I do,
Parks
just
and
a
Recreation?
little bit. The bleachers arrived Wednesday, and Brandon Hubble was kind enough to receive them at his farm to store them until our install date. We are planning on having volunteers and the install date coordinated with the 5/31 cleanup date at High Prairie Park. Mike Jacobson, I don't know if he's still here, he volunteered to take the old bleachers. And he is gonna coordinate that also on the 31st, so he'll be taking the old ones as we're assembling the new ones. Because Little League is in full swing right now with practice, so they really need them, there, we can do it really ahead of time. The other thing, I met with that fitness campaign group, the email I believe that you sent to me, and that was quite interesting. I'm having another meeting with them next week, and we'll go over that with Brett, and then I'll be ready to give you guys a little bit more information if we think that might be something we want to pursue. Okay, good.
All right, that wraps up our reports, so we're gonna move into the consent calendar now. So is there anything on the consent calendar that anybody would like to pull out?
Yes, I would like to pull the minutes of 4/7/25 and 4/18/25. And then also just to note on item 15 that it's saying none for revenue and expense report. You can just stay there, but just say none, like the other things do.
Okay. Yeah, I was hoping that would be added just because we had to back up our packet issuance date, and we know that that's always a little problematic. So I'm open to any discussions or suggestions people have. If you want that to no longer be in the consent calendar, we could do that.
It does say receive and file up on top.
Yes.
However, some things on this are approved, like budget amendments, need a formal approval by the board, approval of the bills needed approval of the minutes, so those are not receive and file.
So maybe I'll take a look at that.
Yeah, but the above portion already says reports, presentations, announcements.
Right.
So anything that's truly a report, I think should just go with, like even if the fire department has a report and they have a fire report,
Right.
why can't it be together?
Okay.
Right, so.
All right, we'll look at trying to clarify that. Okay, so we are pulling the minutes and we'll have a separate discussion. But on the balance of this. Somebody like to make a motion to approve the rest of the, consent calendar. I do have one comment I just want to clarify for people, again, because of the timing of our meetings and the timing of available reports from MMR and Sheriff, that's why they're none, because they came in after the packet was issued. So the reports from the end of April will appear in our June meeting because of just dates. Yeah. I just want to make sure you don't think that they didn't give us a report.
So I would make a motion to approve the consent calendar as amended.
I'll second that.
Motion made by Tim Aarons and seconded by Randy Milnick. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Unopposed, motion passes. So now we'll talk specifically about the minutes.
Okay.
And we start with the 4/7 minutes.
Okay, I did provide a copy of these to Kay and Wendy in advance of the meeting, so that I think it just makes it easier. And Kay indicated that it does make it easier for her to go back instead of trying to find out what I'm talking about during the meeting. Some of them are just simply clerical punctuation kind of things that I just do to help myself. I did highlight to bring it to your attention though, so, because you might just miss some of that. I've seen how you do the minutes when we do minutes corrections for the next meeting. I don't know if those really need to be in there, but that's, I'll leave it up to you on that. Up to you, actually. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna just jump down to the ones that are substantive. It says, Mr. Aarons, this is under Grand Traverse County Road Commission with Dan Watkins, the very last paragraph. It says, Mr. Aarons indicated the township has 441,000 K in the budget allocated to roads. It actually should state, Mr. Aarons indicated the township has 441,000 in reserve fund balance dedicated to roads. There's a difference between fund balance being dedicated and budget being budgeted for.
Should there be an, the after in
Sure.
the reserve fund, in the reserve fund balance?
Yeah. Okay, then the next thing, I think there's only like 2 things on this. Down to unfinished business, under Park Electrical, second paragraph, C2AE will seek bids for the project 2 ways. And then you had the year to bid it in 2 different ways, fully in 2027, that should be 2026.
The rest of that is okay, half 26, half 27?
I'm sorry, that's not correct, it shouldn't say that, it should say the project 2 ways, the entire project in 2025, as well as half the project in 25 and half of the project, and the other half of the project in 26. Is that what you recall, Linda?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so then under Zoom equipment update, second sentence, the person speaking instead of what was written. Because it didn't flow there. And then under lawn maintenance, I just changed 0 turn to grammar thing. And then bleachers was missing an R, I already gave you that. And then under she was present, it's herself instead of himself. And that was it on those. Oh, gosh, there's a lot of minutes here, Kay. Maple River Direct, printing of the newsletters. We decided not to do postcards, so I'm not sure why that would say both there.
I think we're still trying to decide.
At that point. And then I just want to have a question under board action. This is for Jill, when we were talking about the Eagle View oblique thing with township. I know that you had some reservations about that, and it says that we all voted yes, and I thought I remember you voting no, but do you?
I voted yes, even though I have concerns about it, but I did vote yes.
Okay.
It seemed like people really wanted it, needed it, so I.
Okay, so under the tax fund balance, under Jill's report, it says documents on the tax fund balance, it should be tax bank. She's talking about the tax revolving bank account, First Community Bank. when she was talking about the balance, that the account was established with a minimum of $5,000. So it's just changing it from talking about the tax fund to the tax bank account.
Okay.
And that was all I had.
So I have just a general question about this, and maybe I'm just catching up here, but when we make some of these predominantly clerical edits, I'm not used to them being itemized in the meeting minutes, and I believe I read some things in training sessions that talk about approving the minutes, and they actually are to be entered maybe in red text. When you go from draft to final minutes, that they can be indicated in red, so
They could.
I'm just wondering
Either way.
about doing this and doing that.
Which do you prefer?
I prefer whatever you set as a standard, but I don't think we should be doing both. I think that's doing double work.
I've been doing the strikeout. I think you need to strike out, whether it's in black or turned to red.
Sure.
Red, it
Yes.
catches the eye
Okay.
easier, especially when it's a real tiny change. But the strike through is the standard, but I can make it red too.
I think the key is just, it
To show
seems
the
to me
change.
double work to be listing it here and also having to correct the document. And I know Tim usually marks things up for you anyway. He doesn't just come and talk at you at a
That's
meeting.
why I don't have to find it, it
Right.
just simplifies it. What do you mean by listing out? Do you mean these?
So I'm talking about on page 5 of the draft minutes, you actually itemize the changes.
Right,
You
that's
know,
what I was
page
talking
4,
about.
page 4, page 5, page 6.
Right, probably because there was a lot.
There were a lot of
Well,
changes
yeah.
like this one, and so I don't know, in these minutes for today, do we have to list all those things that we're changing?
Well, it's proceedings of the minutes and you're making amendments to the minutes.
I don't know, maybe Wendy, you could check that out and determine what the proper procedure would be, but it just seems to me like you're duplicating work and,
And part of that is because certain people won't see that amended copy at any time or later. They may see there was a correction made because it's descriptive in the context of the
Well,
meeting.
and what we do ultimately approve, they remove the draft off the website and put the final product on the website
Yes.
for anybody that wants to.
right, yes, I understand that part of the process, okay.
I had one other correction, under the Eagle View part. Actually, Deb Graber, when I went back and listened to my own recording, Deb Graber also mentioned that the Google Earth Pro would give her history and that she liked that one better.
Okay.
We used Eagle View last night.
Good.
Did it work well?
Good. Maybe she's changed her mind.
So do we want to approve those as a separate motion or wait for both?
I think we can do both, if we can switch over to the other one now, the minutes of 4:18.
So these I handed, I did them in red line as well, sent them to Wendy and to Kay. And these it was easier, it wasn't so many pages, I just made copies for all of the board members so that you can follow along. Jill, did you get a copy on your desk? The red line?
I know, yeah, I did right here.
Okay, well, I'm gonna be referring to this.
Okay, hang on a minute, if one of you get one of these.
I don't remember seeing it in the email either.
Oh, you can have mine, second just.
Thank you.
Let me open.
I already have a thing.
Okay, go ahead, Tim.
Right, here we go. So, well, in the first part, I just had recited the pledge instead of said whatever, but under roll call, after Jill's name, it says that, so it just says roll call, it says Jill is present, then in parentheses, it says per ag opinion, blah, 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 that she doesn't count towards a quorum because she recused herself. So I don't know in any recusal that we ever referenced in terms of general opinion, so I'm not sure why we would do that here.
Because I
But-
researched this
but let
and that's how the clerk is supposed to make the minutes.
But let me finish first, and then, I understand you're gonna rebuttal on some of these, but, so, I thought about this, and my recollection of the meeting is she recused herself from discussing short-term rental issues. Well, on this agenda, she participated in the Pledge of Allegiance, we had on here board discussion, which is a short-term rental, doesn't have to be. And then we also talked about Mr. C, so she didn't recuse herself from that part of the discussion, so she would count, I mean, she wouldn't
So
count
Kim,
towards it.
this is what I'm saying, I researched it. The Attorney General's opinion is that when someone recuses himself of any part of the meeting, then they're not counted towards the quorum. And I have to mark that on there, that she was not counted towards the quorum. So if it was
For the entire meeting?
Yep.
Well, if we're gonna recite Attorney General opinion, I think.
That's why I put it on
Well,
here.
I think that we need to have an attorney actually interpret the Attorney General's opinion instead of researching it on my own. This is a pretty big issue because I recused myself from deciding how much I should get paid as deputy supervisor and recused myself. I went and sat in the audience. So if there's only 4 people here, or if there are only 3 people here.
Right.
You know, well, number one, you would only had 2 left, so we couldn't discuss that issue anyway.
Right.
But you would have not been able to do anything on the entire agenda, which is, I have never, ever seen anything like that before. And so I don't think that the Attorney General opinion, my opinion, means what you think it means. I think it means that specific item. So if there's 3 people at the meeting, which constitutes a quorum, and you recuse yourself from discussing item B, when you get to item B, that person can't participate in the discussion or vote on it. You only have 2 people left anyway.
Correct.
So you can't even discuss it. You wouldn't have a quorum.
Right, correct.
So the fact that we had even 5 people here,
It doesn't matter.
it doesn't matter.
Right,
So why is it there?
because as a clerk, I'm supposed to put that on the minutes.
Well, I'm just saying that I think it's a
including with the conflict of interest. I have to put it as 3 separate
Well,
parts,
I'm just
according
saying
to the
that
MTA.
before I can approve this with that on there, I would like to get our attorney's opinion if that Attorney General opinion is actually being applied correctly in this situation, because I can't believe that she doesn't count as a quorum for the entire meeting because she recuses herself because of one thing. So then the next thing that I had a change on was under the conflict of interest, we cite MCL. When she asked if anybody had a conflict of interest, we cite per MCL. We've never done that before. So Jill declared a conflict, and then you put in here, no, while she publicly stated her conflict, she did not complete the standard 3-step recusal process. And you say this typically includes declaring the conflict, not participating in the appearance or participating in the discussion or affecting board decision, and 3, physically removing oneself from the decision-making area. Now, Linda investigated that, researched that after the meeting, sent us all an email, and as we allowed in that meeting, Jill did not have to leave the table when she declared a conflict. She was entitled to go up to the podium during public comment and exercise her First Amendment right.
Yeah.
And you say this typically includes to complete the 3-step process. That's an MTA Red Book recommendation, but I've never seen that language in our minutes like when I did a recusal.
Then how would you like it written?
Well, I'm just saying, I don't think it needs to be there.
So MTA tells the clerk that they have to document the 3 steps in the minutes. Have you heard this before as well? For a recusal, you have to document that if they declared a conflict of interest, if they moved away from the table, and if they participated in the discussion.
Well, I don't remember that we even discussed short-term rentals. It never came up. I recused myself at the beginning of the meeting, and then because of the outpour of the public, we never even discussed it. So there was no time for me to go sit in the audience.
There
was
one item,
there
was a decision on action on the property.
On the public trail property.
So I guess I would like to say, in my opinion, I'm not sure that the additional text under the conflict of interest I'm not sure it's necessary from the follow-up that I did on this. I did speak to the MTA and they stated to me just the need to remove yourself from the table was not, it was recommended but not required. So I'm not sure about, I haven't taken training on what has to be in the minutes relative to this. So I'm just trying to understand what would be an efficient way to get to the bottom of this.
So Kay, how have you documented a recusal before?
I am not familiar with the three-step process. What I've experienced is a person, you have the declaration of conflict of interest, and they make straight out, I have a conflict, or board members discuss it with them and determine if the person has any financial gain or other interest in the matter. If it's deemed they don't, the board determines there's no conflict of interest. So that's two ways. And then documenting it, like what transpired, but I'm not familiar with.
So document it if they moved away from the table or.
I have done that, yes, yes. Removed
In the
themselves.
minutes.
Yes,
Mhm.
and that's what the
I don't
MTA
recall
tells
that
supports they
happening.
need to do.
I
Is
didn't
document
reference
that part.
an MCL, and then occasionally, sometimes through, something that comes up in discussion of an item, and then there's a board action, the person will recuse themselves because something unknown came up in the middle of the meeting. What I've not experienced, and perhaps it's the board being unaware of it, is that it's for the whole meeting. They've always treated it, the ones that I've had this with, as that portion of the meeting, so I'm unaware of
Discussion,
the
right.
other. I find that really interesting.
Well,
I'd like to know
and that's why I added more
find
down
out.
there, when we get to those items that were about short-term rental, I added language in parentheses that said, trustee Kester did not participate in the discussion or the vote on the matter or whatever, which applied either one or both, on both of the items that did involve short-term rentals. Even though she sat here, she didn't participate in the discussion. Well, so anyway, so going beyond that then, the order of the minutes were not exactly what happened at the meeting. It lists here that correspondence came in. I remember Linda reading the names of the people to the best of her ability, because they were coming in like right near the end too, right? Whether for short-term rental or against short-term rental and their name. And I think that should just say correspondent emails and then list all of those like you have there is fine. But Jill didn't, but Jill didn't, but it wasn't part of public comment, it was correspondence, and then we have a section for that.
Sure.
So Jill's comments did not come at the beginning, I
So
remember
wait,
her.
I have something to say there.
Yeah.
I mean, so during public, I did read the general gist of these
You did.
correspondences. This is where people had requested they be read. I did not read them in the entirety, but I read the start of them to
That's what I-
indicate that, okay.
That's
So
what I-
that's why I don't think it's wrong for it to be under public comment, because that's the time frame in which it was addressed during public comment.
Well, then you wouldn't need the section for correspondence, right, Wendy? I'm just saying, it was like, it says correspondence and it talks about the emails and then it says public
Yeah,
comment.
that is probably,
Yeah, I mean, it was, because correspondence is a
it
section.
is correspondence, but they had requested it be read.
But Jill waited until the end of until everybody in the public spoke that first time, can remember her waiting, and it shows that she spoke first and she didn't. And I just suggest that we put her at the end like everybody else and not embellish things that she said or whatever excessively beyond what we said about anybody else. She did, I think it's important to recognize she is a trustee and a resident of Williamsburg Road. And she expressed her displeasure of the special meeting being scheduled when she was on vacation, and that she was in support of short-term rentals. And that's following kind of what everybody else was doing, but not some of the other stuff that was written there.
More legal minded and tried to,
Yeah, and then the other stuff is just like I said, just saying that she didn't participate, and then I just said Carrie instead of passed on the motions, and under board discussion and comments, the part that says, we clarified board members with a conflict, or entail of interest entailed for the public present as personal finance. I don't remember, I don't know why that's in the
oh,
minutes.
I listened to that recording many, many times.
And we said, we defined what
Yep, we sure did.
conflict of interest is.
Linda said it.
Right. And that was about all I had. But, so I don't know
So
if,
that needs to go back on there.
you know,
All right, so, yeah, I do know we are required, regardless, we either make corrections or they are accepted as written. So we just need to agree on how to disposition this, because saying we're gonna come back and disposition it later is not allowed.
right, and that's why I was prepared if the changes, and I'm not expecting just because I suggest that, you know, I think some of these changes need, this is gonna be a public document. It's
Right.
preserved forever. And I think that it unfairly.
I was trying to keep it unbiased, so obviously I didn't do a good enough job.
No, but I think I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying that I think that you were trying to be overly explaining it and making it very clear about what is the conflict, what is this, what is that.
Yeah.
When I don't think that it paints it in a good light when I read it.
So can we just go through this section by section and agree on what, would this be the right thing? I think we need to do this.
Yeah.
Okay, so roll call. It's been suggested that we remove the red text about the AG opinion. I am in favor of making that change. How do the rest of you, are you in support?
The change being removing that.
Yeah, right, I'm suggesting that we remove the extra text after present on Jill's name.
I agree.
Jill, how do you feel about that?
I would agree, it kind of feels like a personal attack.
Do you still want to remove that?
Yes.
I'm in favor of removing it. Wendy?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to be so picky, but I think we just need to get it done. The next section is under conflict of interest declaration. I don't know that we require the MCL reference. And then the extra detail there, I believe what I heard you say, Wendy, is that your training from MTA indicates that you are supposed to put that level of detail. And I believe I heard Kay say that some of the detail of whether or not the person steps away from the table or not is typically documented in your experience. Is that correct?
In my experience, I don't know that it's MCL required or not.
Additionally, I provide the information that I did call both the MTA and our attorney, and they indicated while that is considered a best practice, it is not a legal requirement. So there's not a statute that says you must. So this is what I know about it. It sounds to me that possibly documenting that she stayed at the table is potentially a typical thing to document. So I'm reading this again just to understand.
I have read a lot of sections of the Red Book, and there are a lot of things that MTA recommends, and we do not follow them all, and we don't know all of them in our minutes. That's because they're not legally required, they're best practices.
So I'm in favor of removing the MCL citation there. If we litter our minutes with MCL citations, we could be here forever.
I do agree that in my effort of trying to be thorough, that probably was a little overboard, but I do think it needs to state that she did not, remove herself physically from the discussion.
But I think it should be stated that she did not participate in discussion. I
Right.
think that would be the accurate thing to say. So can we just change it to,
And to make it more accurate, it should be noted that we ended up not discussing short-term rentals at all besides the very last item, which was just a vote, and I could have gotten up and sat in the chair for that.
But yes, so.
We didn't have a discussion.
And I think I was a little confused. I guess it was my first experience having something like this, so.
I think what would make me feel better about it, Wendy, would be that take the she out of that comment, the she and the she, and just say, reference what you're referencing. MTA recommends that a 3-step process be followed. Do you want to leave that whole paragraph in? And at the end, you could indicate that trustee Kester remained at the table. That's factual.
And also that she did not make any comments.
Right. But I would just say that while she
She
publicly
didn't enter
stated,
into discussion.
yeah, I would just say that MTA recommends these 3 steps, whatever. That's fine, but.
Okay, so this is the recommendation. You simplify it and just have MTA recommendation as a reference, and then the factual statement that Treasurer Custer remained at the table and did not participate in discussion.
Agree.
Does everybody agree that's factual and accurate? You okay with that, Wendy? Okay, thank you. We're done with that one. I think we talked about correspondence. It just
moves it up under correspondence.
Yeah, I'm okay with, I don't really care whether that change gets made or not. I don't think it's material to the document. Does anybody else feel strongly that we need to do that red line edit?
No.
I just don't think, I think that's, I don't think it's that important. Do you have an opinion?
About correspondence?
He just has this striking this last phrase about correspondence email from several residents were received. He would like to stop it at that, but then Wendy put and are listed in public comment, which is what happened because the ones that were submitted, many of them at that meeting said they wanted it read, and I did not read them in entirety. I read the gist of them because of the time constraints of the number of people in attendance. And I also verified
And I
that we're
think
not
fine either
required
way,
to.
you could just change correspondence to public comment and get rid of the word correspondence.
Yeah, you could.
Well, normal correspondence would have been just included in the packet and not read.
Right, and there was no normal correspondence.
No.
So maybe it's better to just eliminate that line. How does that sound?
Public comment via email and then
There you go.
person.
Yes, you did have that by email, so if you leave that in.
Could I ask something brief about the correspondence line?
Sure.
Are you referencing delete that whole line and the heading itself? If it's part of the agenda, at least that heading needs to follow the agenda and be here regardless of what comes.
That's why I did it that way.
In its description. I didn't know if you were eliminating the entire.
Hang on, I have to pull up the agenda again.
It's there.
But I think at the time when the packet was put together, I don't recall that we had received correspondence at the issue date of the packet, then it came in afterwards. And again, many of them said they wanted it read. So we tried to accommodate that. So I don't know, it's 6.5 dozen or the other. I personally like it just saying public comment via email request. How's that?
Fine.
And so we get rid of the comments on correspondence because there was none at the time of packet issuance. And then, is everybody in agreement to strike the notations about Treasurer Jill Custer's public comment and instead insert the abbreviated version under public comment? It's a lot of words, sorry.
I agree.
Okay.
I think it would add that she owns short-term rentals. Because that was part of her refusal, so that her public comment said she owns and manages rental properties and supports short-term rentals. That's why she was recusing herself. It like expresses that.
Now I'm reading the part up there about the conflict of interest. Okay, I do remember she did enumerate that. Are you okay with that being?
Yeah, if there was any way to clarify that we don't do short-term rentals in Whitewater Township. We own 2 vacation rental properties, but we've had the same contract for 3 years in a row. I'm in support of short-term rentals, but I don't.
But it's already listed up there under her conflict. There's no red line up there. It
Right.
says, she stated under her conflict of interest that she owns rental properties and supports.
Oh, it does say
It's
support
already-
and ownership,
it's already
so
up
I
there.
guess that fact is already recorded.
Just trying to be correct.
Okay. So I'm looking for, do we have consensus to make, that we're taking the under public comment, that heading, and removing what's said there in the beginning about Jill, and instead substituting the text that's noted on the bottom, which is in the correct order that comments were given.
Yes.
Is everybody comfortable with that? I am.
Yes.
Okay, consensus to make that, Wendy? I don't want to go too fast here. And then, looks like Tom, you added something regarding, Jill did not participate in the discussion of
Yeah,
municipal civil infraction. I mean, this is a true statement.
Right, and that's what we were talking about, that they should be included, you mentioned that. There was one.
She didn't participate in that.
Right, and then there was one where she didn't participate or vote on.
Right. Yeah, I'm good with that. Yes, but she did not do that. Okay, good.
Actually, that's what I left out, is should say, did not participate in discussion or vote on the matter. See
And then-
see what I'm talking about in the parentheses?
Yeah. Yeah.
I miss putting or vote on that one. The other one, there was no vote, it was just the discussion.
And then we have some kind of grammatical things here under board discussion comments.
And we're gonna need a personal financial benefit of public official office. We're gonna leave that.
Yes,
We're gonna leave that in.
we're leaving that in. Okay.
And I agree with the Jeff Jarvis, ended on a positive note.
All right. All right, is that clear?
So we're leaving it as a personal financial benefit.
Yeah, we are, because Linda made it. The definition of conflict of interest. Yeah, like you said, that's one thing that did concern me, is not agreeing and not approving my understanding. I think I heard it from Wendy quite a long time ago, that if you, like the prior board used to sometimes not approve the consent calendar, so it always makes you wonder, were those minutes ever approved? And you said they're automatically approved, right? So-
Yes, that's absolutely the way it works,
So that concerned me.
because I had wondered about that before. All right, now, moving on. All right, so we're completed with the consent calendar. The next thing is unfinished business. So the first topic
Did
here,
anybody make a motion to approve?
I'm
the
sorry,
minutes?
no, we didn't. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as amended.
Both of them?
Yes.
I'll second.
Randy Milnick seconded the motion to approve both sets of minutes as amended. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Right, motion passes. Moving on, and I gotta do a time check here, 8:43. Supposed to get this done within 3 hours, so. Civil infraction, general ordinance. I've got that labeled on the agenda as review and next steps. So included in your packet. Down to that. So there is a memo I put in the packet as an overview to everybody. I had already shared a lot of this with the board in an email, but I tried to put this in here for the benefit of the public. This is in front of us because we do have several police power ordinances that refer to civil infraction. Most townships do use civil infractions as the first step in code enforcement, using local fines to drive compliance for all the reasons that Gary mentioned when he was here about the expediency of taking care of it. And certainly we've also heard from our zoning administrator about, you know, the concern about having the ability to drive the resolution. There is also a code enforcement policy and procedure document that exists. It's dated, I think I have a typo there. It says 10/2022, it's actually 2012. So that's been in existence for about 13 years. It also details the next steps if we approve a civil ordinance. Then appended after that, if you look on page 38 of the packet, there's some red line corrections that have been provided by board members to the original draft from the attorney. And then I also want to call your attention to the fact that I've provided you with a copy of the ACME civil infraction ordinance, just for reference only. So you can see what some other people are doing in our community, and that was adopted back in 2008. So with that, I want to open discussion on, I guess, why don't we take a pause for a few minutes? Back to the restroom. All right, so for a brief pause, I think about a minute and a half.
Sorry, did you say?
Yeah.
I didn't intend for you to.
That's okay, I didn't want to start a discussion without you present, and so, yeah, so this is in front of you. I think most people, we've talked about this a few times and sent some information around to raise people's awareness. This was considered back in, I believe, 2018. It was taken to public hearing and it was not adopted. So now it's in front of us as an opportunity to try and streamline our code enforcement so that we don't have to go to criminal court to address problems. So go ahead. Yeah.
No, I was looking for a motion in the packet.
I did not put one in.
Can we make one though
Yeah,
today?
we certainly can make a motion
Because this has
today.
been, like you said, discussed since 2018 and talked to death. We've heard plenty of public comment both ways on this one. And I am concerned that we do have, but we are a zone community. We have a lot of rules that we can't enforce without involving an attorney. And I don't think it's appropriate, but.
Other comments, and I would add, we've been zoned for 50 years, so continue, Randy.
So the next step is the public hearing that would take place.
The next step would be publication.
Well, no, we've got.
Publication for public.
Publication, okay, publication for the public hearing,
Yes.
which would likely be June if we acted tonight.
Actually, publication of 30 days without anyone.
So I think I can clarify this, zoning ordinance amendments. Now, you all correct me if I'm wrong, zoning ordinance amendments must go to public hearing before adopting any changes to the public hearing, to the zoning ordinance.
Right.
General ordinances are not required to go to public hearing. However, it has been the past practice of this board to take general ordinances to public hearing. I'm just providing that as background as to how the prior board acted upon things. In reality, I did not bring my general ordinance book out. We can go get it out of Wendy's office if you'd like, but there have not been a tremendous number of general ordinances adopted by this township in the last, I would say, definitely not the last 4 years. They did, I believe, conducted a public hearing and adopted the marijuana ordinances.
Because they're for safety or considered a police power ordinance, it just needs publication, and then if there's anybody wanting to disagree,
And so-
petitions against, I
Right,
should say.
in my reading of it, it says, right in the MTA Red Book, when I looked up this section about adopting general ordinances, it said that you have to, and some of them do require it, but it says the state's MCL enabling legislation that allows us to adopt a general ordinance has to specifically state whether it requires a public hearing in that enabling legislation. So I went back to that section in the statutes, and it doesn't make no mention of a public hearing, like you said, like we suspected. And past practice, based on what, Linda, I don't know, or if you said we've only adopted how many, not even in the last 4 years, but to me, it's like we have all these rules, and we're just looking for, like the gentleman that was here today, I think by your invite, I don't know who invited him, but to kind of talk about how it works, you know, I mean, this isn't like we're gonna go out and we're gonna look for every single violation that's going around town, but when we get complaints, there's nothing we can do except thank you for your time, you know, put it in writing and then we wait, and if we get a whole stack of them, I guess we're gonna go hire an attorney because it's really bothering a lot of people. And I think that the way he talked about approaching it with, you got 30 days of several different kinds of notices, from a door hanger to a more formal letter to something else. Maybe that does deal with a lot of the problems people are having with short-term rentals as far as noise ordinance. For me, and when I've had problems with them, I've had to call the sheriff's department. And yeah, they respond, but the people are gone. You know, I mean, the problem, I don't know.
And they would be with, I mean, that's what he was saying too. I didn't really understand how what he was talking about is really much different than what we have going on right now.
Well,
I mean,
because
Deb
you
gives them a notice, and if they don't respond, she gives them another notice. I mean, how is what he said any different?
Because you can cite the owner.
At the end of that, you can write them a ticket as is outlined in here.
Which takes.
And which
30
they
days.
can come and pay right here at the township. And then there's an escalation if there's another incident. So the idea is that if you ever do have to go to court, you go to civil court, you don't go to criminal court over the issue. So it is still a progressive process where the goal, just like Gary said, is always to get conformance within a reasonable period of time without a ticket, just with follow-up. But there is a way to try and drive it home further versus having to go into criminal court and file a misdemeanor, which will cost the township a lot more money to do that. And if we can affect it with this civil infraction process, I mean, this is what our attorney is recommending and has recommended for years and years. And when I've talked to other local townships, they all have this. And I've asked them, well, how many actual tickets do you have to, you know, how many times do you have to go to court, or really, you know, there's a citation and there's a ticket. How many times do you really have to do that? Very few times. It usually gets resolved.
And we've heard from our zoning administrator that she is very successful in getting voluntary compliance. And, you know, so I'm not overly worried that it's going to become a police state, but I do not agree with the position that, you know, yes, we have a lot of rules and we like being a zone community, but damn it, let's not enforce any of it when we have issues. That's not a zone community. You might as well just be unincorporated and it just doesn't matter. And if that's the way we want as a community to live, then that's the way we'll live. But I don't think the majority of the people do. That's why we are a zone community. So, and I do believe the people that elected us for a reason, that we have rules on the books and they expect us to enforce the rules on the books. So
most of the correspondence has said that too.
So I personally don't think that we need, I think as far as issues getting out there for people to comment on, even this issue, this building's had more public comment in the last month than it's had in a very long time. I think the word is very much out there. We're talking about this civil infraction ordinance.
So wrongly.
Well, they're picking for the wrong reason, I get it, but that part is not in here. Specifically spelled out. This is just a generic, all ordinance violations.
We can enforce just for noise.
Right, and I did look this up, so similar to what Randy said in the beginning, if the ordinance involves zoning or land use, a public hearing is required under the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act.
The 15 days notice.
Yeah, yes.
For that particular.
Yes, so it's the typical 15 days notice, but, and it has some other things too about typically most people have 2 readings of an ordinance at a council meeting, often public notice, which our meetings are publicly noticed.
This is technically our second.
So, yes, it is, and,
So.
It's been 2 packets, it's just not been published in the newspaper.
correct, and then, and Wendy is correct, and it is noted here in the ordinance draft that it's one of the things that we changed to 30 days in there for adoption after publishing.
I think that's even part of the law.
I actually checked that with Chris and he said, no, that's not part
Really?
of that part of that statute.
All right.
What's not part of it?
That you have to give 30 days, but I think it's the
I think
prudent
it's
and
30 days
decent
for
thing.
publications when it goes into effect.
Yeah, there's a
He
separate
said it was
publication
not
afterwards.
required, the
So
30
you could
days.
you could say effective immediately as.
Yes, you could say that, and that was in the original draft, and I questioned Chris about that because I read other communities and most of them have the 30 days, and so it's up to us, and I personally would be supportive of that.
I would too.
The other thing that I think, so we've talked about it in general, I do think we need to talk specifically, and some of this print is kind of small, but just the one thing that I think we do need to make sure we key in on, and a lot of it is in red text here, but to make sure that we're okay with the where are you? The time frame of
Page 38, Joe.
38, maybe. Okay, so, yeah, sorry, Joe. Yeah, page 38 is where the document starts. I think the small edits that are in here are
Randy made
not
some,
controversial.
Randy made some edits, I made some edits, and I think Randy, are yours in blue, mine are red? I don't know. But I tried to include, we may have a building inspector even if it's contracted. I tried to include those most likely positions this township has or may have in the future, that would have the, call it police powers to, issue citations or violation notices or whatever. In my comments, and then Randy has some of his. And again, mine are a lot just format, but.
So if I look at this in order, does anybody have any concerns with the edits on page 38?
On 38?
Yes, better than jumping around.
It's 38 number 1 of the actual document.
Yes.
38 of the PDF, so it's.
Yeah.
38 of the
page one,
PDF,
yeah.
which is page 1 of the document. So the only edits were, it said township code enforcement officer originally, and it was changed to township ordinance enforcement officer. Township zoning administrator was kept. And then, and it included, you increased it to include, building inspector, fire chief. I mean, we don't technically have a building inspector right now,
Right,
but
but we-
it could be in the future. And members of the Grand River County Sheriff's Department providing services to the township.
And then.
May issue citations. So is everybody okay with that small edit there?
Yes.
So after we go through and agree on this or disagree or wherever this ends up tonight, you're saying that this does go to public hearing, like we're gonna make the final edits
It
and
is.
send it to the public?
It is our choice to make that decision.
Okay.
So I think it's important to talk about content first.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Checklist of ordinance.
I'm really fine either way, you know.
Hang on, just a
You know,
minute.
my-
Can I ask for one conversation at a time? First, I gotta read this. So Wendy asked me to read this. This is something from MTA regarding ordinance checklists. non-zoning police power ordinance, zoning ordinance text amendment, zoning ordinance rezoning. It's even smaller, determine whether the township has the other, so it's a checklist.
Right.
Wendy, is there
It says
something
30
else?
days, yeah.
Oh, it says 30 days in here. Okay, so that's a good recommendation. All right, so we're back to that 30 days, that's later in the document. So, similarly, the building inspector was added in section 1B. I assume, is everybody okay with that? Consensus, okay, so let's move on to page 2, which is 39. There were no edits in there, right in here, this is the section that is definitions, so these are definitions. So it is important to note that there's both citations and violation notices defined in here. So it's important to understand that the violation notice is something that like Gary was talking about, right? It's a warning notice and it's a request for compliance. And it says here, directing a person to appear in Whitewater Township Municipal Violations Bureau and pay the fine and costs, if any, prescribed for the violation by the schedule of civil fines adopted by the township. So it's different than a citation.
But now this is all centered around issuing an actual citation. So there's gonna be a process that we can approve for whoever is going to be the enforcer, if that's the zoning administrator or whatever. But it can be at our pleasure, we want, a letter, if you don't get I'm sure that she already has a process, we just need to be educated on what that is. But what is this process, so we don't jump right to a ticket, is what I'm saying.
Correct.
So this is just talking about the ticket itself, and how it's governed and how it's issued. But there's a whole process in front of this actually being enforced.
So it's important to note that there's a violation notice. So that's like the thing that gets handled between the township and the person. Doesn't go to court. If things are still not resolved properly, the problem continues to persist, then you move into the civil infraction citation directing the alleged violator to appear in district court. Or, and I'm on section 3 here. And then it says the word or, a municipal civil infraction violation notice providing the alleged violator with an option to appear at the bureau. So is that clear to everybody? Okay, so then the next section, section 4, municipal civil infraction citations, issuance and service. Citations shall be issued and served by the authorizing township official as follows. Paging down, I went to page 40, if that's okay.
He had a change in the C where he struck shall be.
Eliminating English to the
On page 39 of the PDF.
Yes, so this is on silent citations.
Other changes are under F and G.
Okay. Okay, so then the next section where there's some text changes is under an authorized township official may issue a citation to a person if. And then there's some wording changes in here.
Someone who literally witnessed has reasonable cause to believe that the person is responsible for an infraction.
So this next strikeout, it's like you kept all the words.
Just rearranged them maybe.
Just restated it more clearly, I think.
I don't think we're gonna involve the prosecuting attorney, we don't have a township attorney on site.
I mean, yeah, that's a little bit.
It's like we can't do anything unless we call our attorney to say we can. I don't know, that just seems kind of weird.
Well, keep in mind, it says.
I think it's
here-
trying to say that you need more than one person to do this. You need, like, I would just say that if the zoning administrator or somebody witnesses a municipal civil infraction, they need to get authority, I believe, you know, like even what we did with that thing at the last meeting, the township board decided to go the next step. And I think from my memory of the meetings of the prior township board, there was an issue where the same thing, the board was notified of however many letters were sent out by Bob, and then they, you know, got to the point where they escalated to the board. And then the board took action. I think that's what this is intended to do, is to say it's gotta be more
So
than
people can't
just.
just point fingers and then.
Right, and I think it should maybe say supervisor instead of the attorney or the prosecutor. You know, it just needs to be another person that verifies.
What does Acme's say in that regard?
Okay, so let's look at this. So like before we go to Acme, I think that's a good idea to do that. But the first F number 1 says, based on investigation, the official, preceding words, authorized township official may issue a citation to a person if, based on initial investigation, the official has reasonable cause to believe the person is responsible for a municipal civil infraction, or based on investigation of a complaint by someone who allegedly witnessed the person commit the municipal infraction, the authorized township official has reasonable cause to believe that the person is responsible for the infraction, and then you add these, and if the prosecutor.
So like somebody saw somebody dump tires along Cook Road, you know, they witnessed it. You know, this is saying that the witness comes forward to the township authority has to get,
Complaint form, has to be in writing,
right,
can't just be.
but to issue the citation, the township official has to get approval from the prosecuting attorney or the prosecutor in this case, which I don't think is appropriate for that kind of thing, but.
Okay, so why don't we look at Acme's section on this? So I just wanna try and you guys can all help me find this. So this was a section on municipal civil citations. I will say one thing about Acme, I found it more readable.
Definitely more readable, user-friendly, I think to the public would be able to understand it better. I'd be able to understand it better. It's a little simplified.
So let's read theirs. It's section 4, so it's on page 47. Violation notice requirements. Municipal civil infraction violation notices shall be issued and served by authorized township officials as provided by law. A municipal ordinance violation shall include at minimum all of the following. The violation, the time within the person must contact the bureau for the purposes of admitting or denying responsibility. Amount of fine, method by which the violation may be admitted or denied, consequences of failing to either pay or contact the bureau, the address of the bureau, the days and hours of the bureau.
They don't involve an attorney.
Right.
But they also have it, everything spelled out so much more clear.
I hesitate to change much because the lawyer already looked it over
Well, except
and
that
made it.
the whole point of this was to alleviate attorney fees,
Right.
but the attorneys embedded their costs into it. I think that's gotta go.
Exactly, call us for everything.
You know, it just has to go. It's almost like he's creating his own job description, like, no.
So I do think it's important to read B, which is on page 40A, so it's still in section 4. Item B, denial of responsibility. This is the Acme one, just for your information. When a person does not both admit responsibility without explanation. So they don't admit responsibility for a violation, and they pay the required amounts within the designated time period, the bureau clerk or other designated township employee shall advise the complainant to issue and file a municipal civil infraction citation for the violation
With the court.
with the court having jurisdiction of the matter. Citation filed with the court shall consist of a sworn complaint containing the allegations stated in the violation notice and shall fairly inform the alleged violator how to respond to the citation.
I think that's what it's, ours is trying to say, like in writing, has to be.
Copy of the
in writing to the court
citation
or
may be
attorney.
served by first class mail. His last known address, the citation shall be processed in the manner required by law. So that's what happens if a person does not admit responsibility for a violation and does not pay the required amounts within the designated time period.
Theirs is an awful lot simpler.
It is.
It's like 2.5 pages.
I am.
Section 5B has got that. About denial.
5B, I'm in,
Down farther.
are you talking in our section
Yes,
5?
well, in our marked up version,
Okay.
It's got,
it has similar language, maybe a little bit more.
I thought
It's
it was
similar.
Yeah.
You know, I think what we got was obviously the 2018 version of this,
we did,
and it still said Ron Pop and
right,
sure.
Well, yeah,
So, I mean.
actually, I think it was sent to Ron Pop in 2023.
Oh, okay.
It was a little bit more contemporary, and I haven't gone back in the book to look at if it's the same exact language as 2018.
So it's not like you drew this from scratch, is what I'm saying.
It's getting rather late. In fact, we're coming up on 3 hours. I think what I'm hearing from you guys is we're a little uncomfortable with this. It seems a little hard to understand.
Something is better than nothing.
Something is better than nothing, I can accept that. So I guess the question is should we try? Should we accept what we have from the attorney and go forward with that and
As
publish it?
corrected?
As corrected in here.
Yeah.
You guys would have
these
to agree with all these corrections.
yeah, they're not substantive. I have an issue with the attorney thing, the prosecutor issue, whatever. But that's only somebody coming in that witnessed a violation, which typically is not gonna happen.
It's probably
gonna
trying to make them so they're just not making stuff up. They're willing to actually swear that they.
I just want clarification on one thing. So on D, on page 42 of the PDF, I highlighted, and I just,
Yeah, I think
for
that's
the life of
something
me, don't understand what this means. The Bureau shall not accept payment of a fee from any person who denies having committed the offense or admits responsibility only with explanation. And in no event shall the Bureau determine or attempt to determine the veracity of any fact or matter relating to the alleged violation.
It's the same as the Acme one. So
Right.
it's saying like if they do not accept responsibility and they don't pay, then there's a citation. It's not up to that person who's issuing the citation to determine if they're guilty or not.
But
Just
this
because they
is
didn't
saying,
pay
but this is
or didn't
saying if
admit.
somebody says, okay, I guess I have to pay this, but I didn't do it, this says you shall not take their payment. They have to admit they did it. That's what this says to me. It says the Bureau shall not accept payment from a person that denies committing it.
Or even admits
Or admits it with
responsibility
an
with a
explanation.
reason why
Right.
they did it.
It says we can't take their payment.
In this case, I think their wording is more understandable than Acme's wording.
How did that word it?
Like compared to, so this is 42D.
So somebody comes in with a ticket for $75 and they say, oh, here's your $75, but I didn't do this. We can't take their payment. So what's that mean?
Accepting admissions or responsibility.
So this is similar to section 3 in the Acme one, which is on page 47, where it says the Bureau may accept admissions of responsibility without explanation for municipal infractions. Or municipal civil infractions for which municipal ordinance violations notice have been issued and served, and to collect and retain the fines or costs for those violations. The Bureau may not accept payment of fines and or costs from any person who denies having committed the violation or who admits responsibility only with explanation. So this is worded slightly differently, but with the same words.
So does that mean you take the citation to the magistrate and the magistrate decides it?
Right,
Then,
yeah.
then it should say that.
Yeah, that's what
mean,
it's saying,
make
that
it
you're,
clear.
you don't have the authority to tell them that they are.
So it's like, if you don't wanna pay it, I can't take your money now, you said you didn't do it.
Yeah,
So it's like a judge saying,
we'll let them
if you're
decide.
before the judge and you say, well, I
Right.
guess I'm guilty because you gave me a ticket.
Right,
it's
and I
like,
paid it.
I'm gonna enter not guilty plea
Yeah.
for you, that's basically, okay. It could be more clear.
But it's legalese.
It should just say that it gets referred to the district court.
So I think in terms of a way forward here, if we went ahead and scheduled a public hearing for the next meeting, that would give us some time to address any of these issues. And then, the purpose of the public hearing is to get public input. And I know we've had a lot of it so far, but what we've really had is the result of a lot of Facebook posts and exchange of information. I don't know that everyone's aware of this. I mean, maybe, and it's a small township, but I guess at the same time, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't follow Facebook.
In light of the last month, I think we should just do the public hearing. And I do agree that it gives us time to, we didn't have the Acme one before in our packet. I like the Acme one, I'd like to compare them side by side. And sorry, the attorney spent time on this already, but if we can find something that's
I don't think you spent
simpler.
much time on this.
Honestly, I already had time to look at it, and I feel like we need to go forward.
Well, yeah, it's gonna be a public hearing.
Okay, so
Let me make another comment, is that, there is also possibly other resources we could seek out regarding, recommendations for civil infraction ordinance. That there very likely might be something available through MTA or Michigan Municipal League.
We can always amend it as well.
I would love to look at some additional documents. I mean, just comparing it just to Acme, I see things that I like better with Acme. There might be even, some more examples out there that
I'm
we
just
can
getting
compare. I do think the public should have input on this too. I think most reasonable people are not against enforcement. I really do. But I think the enforcement needs to be as gentle as possible and still be effective.
The stuff we have in effect right now is a misdemeanor, like Denise is like crying because, we're doing that to her, and that, this is the opposite of that.
Right, this is.
Right,
this
is
is a
just
better tool
fines,
to enforce
yes.
all our ordinances.
Right,
no doubt.
yes,
I think
But
it's.
we've got to get to the right language, and I think we could put this out for public hearing and then have time to make edits to it. And then the public hearing is there to provide feedback, and the public may have some feedback on specific language.
So I think there's two things going on. We're talking about whether to decide now or put it off to, I think somebody suggested, put it off to our next regular meeting, which is in June. And at that time, include a public hearing at that point and use that time in between. Keep in mind, you have to work quickly because a public hearing has to have a 15-day notice. So that means in the next 2 weeks, we have to we have to settle on a recommended ordinance because that would have to be published.
But I think the board has to act on that draft. We can't just
Well,
make it in between the meetings.
We've set special meetings for lesser things, I think.
Yeah, this
We're-
has already been twice now.
I mean,
This
we
is-
can-
we're getting
we
like the
I think we
old
could
people.
work over 2 weeks and get something, I think we could do it in a week actually, but we could get something more manageable and maybe even not just to Acme, there's other townships in this county and get a few samples and come together with, even if you want, I mean, this might be appropriate to have 2 board members work on something.
I absolutely think that needs to happen
And-
because it's too much, and I think you need the balance of 2 people looking at it, and also because of the timeliness that you're trying to get it done, I think you need to.
I think we're discounting the lawyer's input, honestly, that he's already looked it over, we've done our edits. I mean, like, what more is there to make it more user friendly?
Well,
That's
the ones that we would be looking at have had attorneys that looked at theirs too. So,
Mhm.
I mean, every attorney is gonna have their own
Right.
opinion. So I just think that.
But I'm just saying, like, if you're making it more user friendly, that's different than trying to change what it's saying right now. Or you're trying to change what it's saying.
Well, going from 8 pages to 2.5 is changing it a lot.
Why does it need to be 2 pages?
I'm just saying the simplicity of the acting one compared to the one we're proposing is quite significantly different.
If nobody can understand it, then they're not gonna, they're less likely to comply. I think, whatever we can do to make it as understandable as possible is going to be more effective.
I think this is something, I get that this is not all on this board for not having this in place, okay? And I'm not casting blame on the prior board, the board before that. I don't even know what board actually invalidated what we had in the first place.
Actually, I need to correct that. It was not invalidated. It was just, there never was one. And in 2018,
Ever.
No, there
to the best of my knowledge, now there's some other weird stuff in the history, in the general ordinances. There's a very old general ordinance that put in basically a municipal enforcement officer, and then that was repealed.
Okay.
But,
Many of our other ordinances reference the civil infraction.
Well,
right,
my
so
point
it's
was,
very strange.
to take our time and even if it takes more time, if it takes a month, it takes 2 months, so what? This is something that we're gonna live, yeah, you can adopt something today, but with the thought of, we can change it tomorrow, it doesn't, just take our time, and we haven't had one for how long now anyway.
I would rather do it correctly and not have to revisit it, and I don't like writing things that are difficult for people to understand. If all of us are sitting around here after looking at it twice and still kind of struggling with the terminology, I think we need to try and address it. Because I just don't think, especially you're talking about holding a person accountable for something, so I just, that's my feel on it. So I think at this point, we probably have to make a couple motions and vote to make sure that everybody's voice is being heard. Are there any other final comments? Do I need to summarize what people have said, or are we all?
Well, I think
we're all up on it?
to me, at this point, I don't know that it is necessarily a motion. You can call a special meeting when it's ready to be called, I suppose, but it seems to me to look for a couple volunteers to work on something that, if you can get 2 board members to agree on something to present to the full board, your chances of success are a lot better than 1.
Yes.
I thought we already did that.
Well, we did, we were working on
We
just
did,
the
Randy and I
one.
followed up specifically with the attorney to make sure that we understood not only this, but also that we understood the other pieces of the puzzle that must come together to fully implement. So it's not just this, and there was reference to this earlier, and it was in my memo, is that there is an existing document that I'd be happy to supply to people, that what it talks about is, it's called do you remember, Randy, the name of that particular document? It's a code enforcement policy and procedure. So this is a document that Deb made me aware of, and it is on the zoning website. And this is basically her, again, it's pretty lengthy, but I thought it was pretty well written. It is about a 4 or 5 page document that instructs the zoning administrator regarding the philosophy of code enforcement and what is expected of her as far as interacting with a property owner. And it also included prioritization of her code enforcement work. So it talked about health and safety issues as number 1. And then it goes down, I think it was a list of 5 items. And it talked about stormwater drainage problems. So it gave you a priority, so that, like, if you had 20 complaints this week, what should you work on first, second, third, fourth? So, the person's shed that's in the setback is not an emergency, but it is something you should work on. So that's kind of how that worked out. So, I guess, I'm just gonna throw this out there, do we have consensus that we should agree for 2 trustees to work on this and come up with a draft that we think is more effective in communicating requirements? Are we in agreement on that?
I would agree.
So what's, But I guess I'm not sure where that takes us, because are we simplifying what we have here, or are we looking at other versions to completely replace this? I mean,
It seems to me that we could give Chris a shot at, you know, letting him know what our concerns are and asking for a better product, or we could seek something from Michigan Municipal League, from MTA, or a different attorney. We could consult with a different attorney.
Show Matthews.
I'm sorry, what?
Show Matthews.
Yeah, Shaw Magnes and
Just
stuff,
say-
want
I
something.
mean, and I can't imagine it's more than a few hours worth of work to tear
I
this
know.
down here,
I agree with you.
you know, I can't, it's his work to begin with, let's simplify this where we can and make it more like Applebee's and,
It sounds like it's a test, see if he can do it.
well, hopefully he likes it.
You know, I mean, he has to realize, I mean, he works for us and, you know, attorney's advice is valuable, but it is advice. But it's up to us to, you know, whether we accept that advice or we wanna go into a different direction. So in my view, I think we go into a different direction on this.
I think
Yeah, I
we've
mean,
been chasing our
talking-
tails for a long time here, chasing down the perfect.
No, I know, you'll never get perfect, but
If we're gonna do it, we might as well do it right, and if it takes a couple months, I'd rather take a couple months than push something through that's gonna be hard to understand.
I'm a little disgusted with inefficiency, but I just rather, I guess, I understand though, the whole, we need to
I'd
make
like
it
to turn
simpler.
it
for
around in 2
everyone.
weeks
Yeah,
and get it back to
yeah.
a future meeting here.
I think it'll be, while it may be inefficient and that's frustrating, I think the, as a tool, it's gonna be more effective and it'll make some people's jobs easier,
That's true.
so.
Okay, so it sounds like we have consensus that we'll get 2 people to work on this. And then when they're ready, we can call a special meeting to review, but, you know, keep in mind, we all need time to read it.
Are we involving the attorney or?
I would honestly leave that up to the 2 people that agreed to it.
And as supervisor, I think, you know, think about it and you appoint whoever you want to appoint. It's fine
I
with
would
me.
like volunteers, please. I've spent a fair amount of time on this. I've also called Torch Lake Township. I did not get a copy of theirs, but you know, people are willing to work with us and help us. And I think I talked to Long Lake Township today too, and I believe they have something in place and they said you're welcome to it.
I would like to volunteer Randy, because I think he's so important to this process. Because you are, I mean, this is your area.
It's been voluntold.
I guess I'll tell you my attitude right now is to try to get this done and pare down, talk with the attorney, where can we cut out some stuff that we really don't need, how can we make it more like Acme, turn it around in a couple weeks and get this done.
Can I volunteer to help you then?
Earn it.
Because
Okay,
yeah,
that's fine.
I think I have a good understanding of it already and to make it a little tweaked down.
But I mean, we've been.
I am comfortable letting you guys dig into this, and I am also very comfortable with you throwing down the challenge to Chris to put up or shut up on this,
Yeah,
like,
me too.
give us a better product.
And then we can go research.
And if he
other
fails,
He can watch the
go
meeting,
elsewhere.
he can watch this meeting and
Yeah.
see what our thoughts are.
Yeah,
I'll volunteer.
but I don't wanna
just-
pay him to do that.
Yeah. I will volunteer to get a few more resources too from other.
And that's
townships,
allowed, you
whatever.
just can't, so are we in agreement that, I think I've got Randy and
Working
Wendy
forward, yes.
volunteering? And we're in agreement with that, and Jill, if you wanna scare up some more resources,
Send it their way.
definitely I talked to, his name is Ron Lempool, just earlier today, and so they have something in place, and they also have a, person on staff,
It's Long Lake Township.
Long Lake Township.
So we're at the 3-hour mark.
Okay, so, we need to take a moment here. Is everybody in favor of continuing, or do we need to stop at this point? So I need a motion to continue what we're doing.
Well, I would like to make a motion to continue with the caveat that we move public comment, second public comment to the next item for those that may want to leave.
Okay, I think that would be a really good suggestion. Yes.
I'll second that motion.
Why don't we take a 5-minute breath and break? Okay, and that's at 9:29.
I need a vote before you do that.
Okay, motion to take a 5-minute bathroom break.
And extend the meeting, and extend it.
Extend
the meeting.
Is that good enough, Kay? Is that good enough? I need a second on that.
Second.
I had
Second by Aaron.
Second,
I just needed the vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we reconvene here at 9:35.
Okay, let's see what the tires are doing.
I just need some water.
Hey, they're at 11 to 1. Now they're at 10 to 2.
Hey Randy, can you mute? Randy can turn on our audio again. Okay, thank you. And if we could settle down in the audience also, our mics are actually quite good and so they can hear all the noise in the back too. Okay, so we agreed, I believe we closed up our last subject, right? We named 2 people to work on civil infractions. So now we're gonna move up public comment in case anybody would like to make a comment and head on home. So does anybody in the hall want to make a public comment?
I do, am I allowed?
You are. There's 2 public comment periods at every meeting, one at the beginning and one at the end.
Well, the reason I asked before, can I just ask for clarification? Because on number 4, that's why I asked before, and your public comment rules, it does say no person shall be allowed to speak more than once on the same matter. Same matter. To me, that interpreted, I had 2 matters, therefore I thought I could address it twice on different matters. That's why I separated. So that's why I was confused to begin with in your meeting, because my interpretation of that language, I was gonna speak once on one matter and one on the other. So now that's why my comment was, am I allowed?
It's been allowed in the past.
Yeah,
We did it at the last meeting.
and I guess we can work on clarifying our language
Yeah.
there, but please step
That's
up
why I
and tell us what's on your mind.
I have a different matter then.
Sure.
You already heard on AIS, and this is really on the short-term rentals or rentals. Okay, and so I'll skip the first paragraph because we've gone over it a million times, which is really, I was confused. I called the I'm one of those people that called and asked, what do I need to pay for a permit? What are the rules? And I was told nothing, go ahead, park. So I went about, instead of tearing down houses, restoring them, because the long-term renters had broken the beds, sublet my property, tore apart the house, the dogs went through the screens, and and there was blue tarp on the roof. So I said, I can't live with this, and it's terrible. So I tore apart, gutted to the wall, the cannery, came up with the old floors, came up in the red brick house, old white plank hand hewn timbers. I restored it and maintained it, and I cleaned up the property, okay? So being a person that I am more proactive and I want to have short-term rentals, but I understand totally there needs to be rules around it. I mean, you just can't have chaos and you don't want a whole community of it, okay? So the residents, we can live in peace together and know the boundaries. I mean, my neighbors know that. My neighbors know I have a hemp field. I went around and informed them and asked about them. It's required. It's identified with state placards. I do not know. I know there are challenges, but those challenges are the same things with long-term rentals. Oh my God, I had a terrible, terrible time. And there's challenges with neighbors just being neighbors. So why can't we just come down with a problem-solving model? And I'm going to give you some examples. If you want to purchase a property in Big Bear, California, and I know about this because my daughter lives in California, the landlord must be in town locally so they can respond immediately, or hire one of 2 recommended, not anybody. They have 2 in Big Bear, you get this one or this one, as property management companies. So that they know the rules and they can respond quickly. I think this idea might be sort of considered. I never have mine open unless I'm here or my husband's here or my son who's taking over the farm. And I greet every person that comes to my renter, every single one, and say, gee, I live right there in case you have any problems, which means I'm here. A concern brought up last night at the zoning committee meeting was the lack of inspections regarding septic, drain field, fire prevention, and property cleanliness. These can be addressed. I met those standards to insure my property. I insure through Guiding Insurance. Surprise, but Missy came and inspected my property, said, no, your deck's fine, it's this far up. No, don't put a dock in the lake. If a boat comes undone, you're gonna have problems with your neighbors. That's your problem. So I didn't put a dock in the lake I own a 50-foot lot for my rentals to go down and enjoy. Yes, I have a friend. My girlfriend from college was the assistant attorney general for the state of Michigan. She retired as that. I said, Debbie, where is the contract I need for this? That's the contract I use, the state of Michigan contract. It is so darn long, it's not even understandable, but they have to sign it through verbal, and I have used it, okay? I have met all of those. I repaired a drain field. I separated the two houses that historically the old farmers had tied together. I put in a new well. I had it inspected. I have put in fire prevention and property cleanliness. I've cleaned up trees, forest trees. Is coming out on Monday to look at some ones that might come down. I want it cleaned up so I can get around. It's important to know I shop locally for groceries, you know, for my VRBOs, and locally means Miners or the village market. I buy hardware down at the hardware in Elk Rapids. I bought building supplies down there, a lot of them in Elk Rapids. I hire locally for cleaning and yard services. Just this week, I had Bird Well filling out, doing some work at the house. They watch over the farm, our home, and our rentals. I also use the Mosier and Stewart for driveways and drain fields. In the past, we've hired students to help.
30 seconds.
Okay, although we are small, we're trying to grow, okay? The point is that my son is trying to take over and he has to survive, and he cannot survive on the cherry industry anymore. He has to diversify. We have to support this, or it is not going to be the country. And I said, let's keep people moving here for the countryside and keep the country alive. I'm willing to work on, you know, a committee. It's a problem solving.
All right, thank you. Does anybody else want to make a public comment?
Good evening, Vicki Beam. Thank you. I was a little fired up earlier, so I again want to say thank you all very much for your time. I think one of the best comments tonight, Tim, I wish I could paraphrase exactly what you said, but it was about the attorneys and they can write their own bill on what they do. I wish you all would consider getting a different attorney. We are in the position that we're in this township because of the attorney that we have. They were very much involved in marijuana. Bags Road is going on. They've been involved in that. I can't go on more and more about that. Just because you paid for it doesn't mean that we should use it. Thank you for taking and stating that you want to take the time and do it right. I could care less if you guys take 3 months before you come up with this. That it's done right. I would much rather see that than just because your attorney, who I feel has taken this township for hundreds of thousands of dollars, and you all have been involved in it in the past, why do we still have them? I know that there have been other attorneys that have been brought up to you. Again, thank you for your time. Please consider looking at a different attorney. Thank you.
Okay. Does anybody else want to make a public comment?
Can make this. I have to congratulate you for recognizing what was extremely obvious to anyone who read the packet. Hackney's ordinance is so far superior to the one that the attorney gave you. He did what attorneys often do, he recycled. That was the 2018 ordinance. Okay, maybe he switched 3 words. As you know, I do not support the civil infractions ordinance. We've not had one for 50 years, and I think we're better off without it. But if you're gonna have one, at least make it one that people can read. And the monstrosity that Patterson gave us is not a readable ordinance for the average person. All of you are sitting here and going back and forth, and you've studied this for weeks. Someone should be able to sit down and read it in 5 minutes, have a good idea where they stand. So please, at the very least, pursue that line of thinking. It should be very, very simplistic. The primary thing I really want to ask you, and this is aside from short-term rentals, aside from civil infraction, all of the other things, I really want to make an appeal to you guys. You are not building trust with the community. There is nothing going on that is such an existential threat that it has to be done in 2 weeks. It does not have to be done in 4 weeks. It does not have to be done in 6 weeks. There is nothing that is that urgent that you need to be destroying trust. This township has a long standing history of the board targeting people, specifically going after them, only enforcing zoning on people who are their enemies. I don't want to be on that list.
it's a longstanding pattern that you may not be familiar with, but a lot of us are. And if something happens at an emergency meeting or a short notice meeting or on a holiday, it doesn't matter how innocent what you were doing was. It will be perceived by a lot of folks in this community that something's going on, and in our minds, panic, alert, urgent, we have to be there, they're doing something to us again. So please keep that in mind. You don't need to have a 2-week meeting. You don't have to slam it through. You don't have to make any deadlines for public hearings. Yes, you have to have your 2-week notice for public hearings. Whether you put this through in May, June, or August does matter. I'd like to say it doesn't matter. It does matter. Because if people feel even more like something's being shoved down their throat, they're going to gag, they're going to scream, and they're going to be more upset. So slow down a little bit. It may be inefficient. That's inefficiency is important. And pay a little bit more attention to the feedback. I used to tell the planning commission, if no one's here, and the board, if no one's here, we're doing something right. Because when you pack this place out and you're hitting the fire code limit, something shouldn't be happening. It's very rarely a good thing. Thank you.
All right, anybody else?
Do I need to restate my name or anything?
I don't remember your first name, is it Jessica?
Jessica.
Yeah, if you do for the board.
Oh,
the road, yes.
Jessica Mangus, 5101 Brown Bear Lane, in case I need to mention that too. I just kind of wanted to give my own perspective, because I would love to be a resident here for the next 20, 30, 40 years. And as you guys are looking at this, I implore you to consider the worst way that someone could possibly abuse it. Like, if it's not you guys sitting in these chairs, it's the worst people you can think of. It's the most narcissistic or determined, people brought here by the wrong reasons. How will they use this as a tool? What loopholes are there? In what way will that allow misuse in the future? Because it doesn't seem like once it's in, you can really make it go away. And if you guys are the ones that are going to pass that through and set that precedent, I feel like that's a good degree of pressure, and it should have as much time as it takes for everyone to be comfortable with it. Because it will shape the way this entire township operates, thus the point, for the next half a century. And as well, who can live here, who's going to be more attracted to living here, all those kinds of things, who can continue to live here. That's all. And besides that, I would like to state, in my personal opinion on the civil infraction ordinance, it does sound like it's something that does belong decided by a jury, or that is easily accessible. From what I've researched, you can still get one, but you have to pay a little extra. And not everybody's going to be able to have that. And in the future, not everybody that needs it may be able to get that. You know, you shouldn't have any position where someone might live in fear, regardless of who's here. Thank you.
Mike?
Mike Jacobson, Skidwell Point Road. I think some good things were said here during this discussion about the civil infraction. I like what Tim and Jill both had to say. And I'll back up what Kim says, and I said at the last meeting. The lawyer that we've been using for a long time has led us down a bad path many times. We ask him to do something, it's not what a lot of times we get it back, it's not what we asked him to do, it's his version. This is our community, not his community. So finding a different lawyer would be a good thing, or I liked I haven't read the Acme thing, but if it's easier to read and easier to understand, I like that. I think that's a good thing. And you already heard I'm against this, but if you're gonna win the people that are against it over, it needs to be a document that we can read and understand, and it's easy for us. And Kim was right, you guys are sitting here for, a lot longer looking at it than I've been looking at it, and and there's still some banter back and forth about, is this workable, is this gonna work out? And I would disagree that something is better than nothing is not good. I think it was Tim who said that Deb is having pretty good results at getting compliance. She called me, I'm working on it. Okay, if Deb's getting some results, then what is the big hurry? We have time to make this work. She's getting results. Okay, another thing I'd like to say is this targeting people thing is an honest to goodness thing. When I told Deb that story about the cops coming and giving me a hard time about my firewood, she said, "Oh, we'll never do that." But I read the zoning, I read her zoning administrator's report that went into last night's meeting, and she's down talking to somebody on Ayers Road about firewood in their yard. That sounds like exactly what happened to me. So something sounds confusing to me. And I don't know if you people know this or not, but there used to be a board that sat in here and just chit chatted until everybody went home, and then they would do business. That, us old timers who lived here forever, it's just like tonight, we're gonna do public comment early so you people can go home. I'm not leaving, okay? We have been run through the railroad tracks 100 times. Okay, that just sounds fishy to us. Okay, that I don't know how else to explain it, so you guys understand. And this young gal's comment about you're not always gonna be in those seats is very, very true. Just look how many times since you've been here, the zoning administrator has been turned over. Multiple times, over and over and over. It's not the same people all the time. So to take the time and get this right and make it easy for people to understand is important. Other than that, I would like to ask a question about the bleachers. There seems to be some confusion. Is the softball diamond in use, or is it just the Little League diamond that's in use? Because if I could get some of those bleachers out of there before the 30th or 31st, it would be beneficial for me.
Okay, so I think you're out of time, and I would direct you to work through Jill Kester on this. Okay. And I just printed the Acme ordinance for you on the printer in the back room if you'd like to go pick it up.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else? I think everybody has commented. Okay, so let's return to our agenda here. The next thing, there's some easy things here. So quick update on the Whitewater Township Park electrical upgrade process to bid that out. Tim and I spoke to C2AE, who is our engineering firm. And this will be going out for sealed bids here in the next couple days. And we will be also advertising it in the local paper. We're not required to do that, but we decided that was the prudent thing to do to make sure local contractors were aware. And then I didn't memorize the due date, Tim.
So it's going
I think
on
it's
the 16th at 10 a.m. is a public bid opening.
So yes, so June 16th at 10 a.m. is the public bid opening, so it takes about 30 days. Are there any questions?
C2AE is handling bidding.
Yes, they handle that through their website, and they post it on numerous boards, which are, typical places where commercial contractors are available.
So
they do project management.
Where's the bid opening?
Here, right.
It'll be here.
With the clerk and the supervisor.
And it's supposed to be done with the clerk and the supervisor. All that happens there is we open the bids, we open the sealed bids, we record the company and the amount. And then at that point, the C2AE project manager will take them away and analyze them and study them. He did say when we open the bids, he will check for any immediate invalidation of something, like if they didn't meet all the requirements, if
Performance
that's
bond.
immediately known. So he's got his little checklist, and then he'll go away, he'll analyze, and then we'll set a time for him to come back to the board and deliver his analysis.
And a recommendation.
Right, and a recommendation. So that should be able to happen at the July meeting with the timing of this. We talked about that today. It's almost ideal, the timing that this is happening with the cadence of our meetings.
And then the project would start, we blocked off the first week of September
I think so.
for at least the first.
The first week.
First week, so begin construction.
And we are quoting, I think Tim mentioned this last time, we're quoting both do the whole thing this year as well as potentially defer it a year.
And their contract includes project management, right? So they're going to inspect the work and they're gonna give us a recommendation to make a pay request to pay on the contract.
Yeah, so far I would say I'm very pleased with them. They seem to be very responsive and very professional.
They will be updating their proposal because they did not originally propose for a split project, which caused them to go into redesign. And so they have spent a lot of extra work. Plus we did the imaging where they had to come out actually to the campsite at our request and do the GPS of the site.
So that there's, and some staking also, because I was concerned that it wasn't, there could be inaccuracy.
Are they doing the staking during construction?
I'm sure they will do that too, but the point is staking for a bid. Because we didn't want there to be any confusion whatsoever regarding just looking at a drawing and there were no GPS coordinates anymore.
So the bidders are required to do a site visit and they're to contact me and then I go out there with them.
What's the engineer's estimate?
Actually lowered in the last month, when consumers went with 3 transformers instead of 1. It was originally 299,000, I think, and now it's down to 115. So it has dropped, consumer's price also dropped from what they originally proposed. So I thought before we started this process, I had budgeted 125,000. So now we're kind of back in that range.
Yeah.
But that's an estimate, so you don't know what the bids are gonna be.
So it was the good news.
Yeah. So that's the phase 1 now, and there could be, do I do the whole thing?
Well, that's the full, well, it's gonna be bid in phases, so it's gonna be bid as an entire full project.
So is the full project 115 or is it, okay.
So if that were the case, it's likely we would do it all in 1 year.
Okay, any other questions on that? All right, then moving on, I wanted to take a few minutes to just scratch down a few notes. There's the joint township board PC meeting coming up 5/29. I wanted to capture any input from the township board regarding topics for discussion. And I think the PC gathered some input last night as well. So Keith and I, it's my understanding, will work on the agenda together, but that's gonna come together pretty quickly in like 1 week. And so I need to know what you guys are wanting to make sure that we cover.
I have a list, but if anyone wants to just kind of do mine, I'm gonna be the same probably. I want to talk about, since it wasn't on Zoom and you can't watch the meeting, I'll have the minutes, but I want to know more about what they discussed as far as the short-term rental process. I'm gonna find out more about the ROS committee. What kind of a committee? Is it going to be specific to STRs? And are the people on it going to be balanced, those for, those against? Are they going to be interviewed by the board, by a committee of the board? So I want clarification on that process specifically. I want to discuss the private road ordinance, the process, where you're at, where's that as far as a priority for the planning commission. The 6-year capital improvement plan, same thing. Giffords, Webster presentation of services, will they be here, will they not? It was suggested that they might be.
that was brought up. I think we need to discuss that in terms of how far along they are and whether or not we want to use that meeting for their,
Are you referring to the zoning ordinance
for Giffords
analysis?
Webster to present their review of our zoning ordinance. I'm concerned that if we don't have that as a substantial block of time, we may not get as much out of that presentation as we could.
And the last thing, and I don't know if this is putting the cart before the horse or whatever, but do we have a discussion with PrAC? We're talking about a joint meeting with PrAC.
No.
No, I
You're on
know, this is related. It's not.
Okay.
And what I want to discuss in my view of it is we're having a joint meeting with PC, we're having a joint meeting with PrAC. I think the PC is going to be first, maybe, we don't know yet, but my view is I think PrAC could be a better advisory committee to the PC, considering the fact that they're gonna be in charge of the 6-year capital plan. And I just wanna have a general discussion with the planning commission of their thoughts on that idea. So, not that I'm married to the idea, but I just think it could be a benefit.
Yeah, so the 6-year capital improvement plan is an element of the Planning Enabling Act, as you mentioned. It was mentioned in the current master plan, but there's no substantial detail in that about that. But that is something in terms of best practices, the master plan should include a capital improvements plan and a 6-year one. The Planning Commission has not discussed that as of yet. At all.
Well, I'd like this to be a start of it.
Yeah, and I guess I mentioned this, a concern about, the ROS has worked very well with the master plan. I think everyone who was involved, all the feedback we got was very positive about that. It was a good way of accomplishing what we needed to do to get a viable master plan in place. However, it's not the answer to everything, if we put in to the ROS that we're going to do a short-term rental, we're gonna do private roads, we're gonna do a 6-year capital improvements plan. It's getting kind of heavy on the workload there. So that's something I hope we can talk about on the 29th.
Right.
Okay, I wanna make sure I captured that thought. So we talked about all these issues.
Yes.
And then your punchline to that was, it's a heavy load. So what's your feedback regarding the scope of the agenda? I'm a little concerned that we have a great appetite, but maybe not enough time. It's more like an all-day meeting.
That's a lot of things.
But
It is the right
It's a lot.
directions to go though, pointing the
Right, so I think, and it would help too if I understood kind of prioritization. So obviously, I think we really, really know from all of the feedback from the community, it's really important that we move this STR study along and not let it languish or not pretend it's not there. I think it's important that we move forward with that.
I agree. I think
Very much.
this season's pretty much shot, but we're aiming, I think, for next season.
Yeah, so, and my understanding, so I'm gonna add to that, so I wanna make sure we don't shortcut, and this is a discussion about the process. It's not any discussion about, yes, short-term rental, no short-term rental. It's a discussion about what is the process we want to agree on in order to make that effective and be able to do it in a timely manner. So I'm writing down timely here to add that to how do we do it in a timely manner and make sure the data is good and reliable. This private road ordinance, I'm thinking we don't have to have an overly long discussion on that, but maybe I'm wrong.
No, I don't. I think we don't. I guess we need to dig into that. We have not done very little so far, except that there have been a collection of past efforts of private road ordinances. Al Keaton worked up something. I know there were versions from before that were kicked back before the planning commission and town board. Those are out there. Probably some other resources that we can get. And we still have Bernie Fraser to help us with the engineering part of that.
I was gonna say, I thought we had a resource for
We
that.
do.
So I think there's less time spent on that. This idea of, this element of a 6-year capital improvement plan, I agree with what you said on that, is that in general, the planning commission's not even aware of the expectation to do this work. So I almost feel like this should be more focused on educating. Somebody hopefully can be a resource to educate all of us on what this looks like, so that we can figure out how to respond to that. And I agree that PrAC, being part of that makes sense, because I think that's the root of a lot of confusion in our township.
That's what they've been
honestly.
doing to me, it seems like, anyway.
Yes, and it's because they don't understand how they fit in with the whole. They're just trying to advocate for Parks and Rec and not understanding how it fits.
I used to
into
put
the-
those plans together for the city and for Lake Power, so.
Okay.
So the only wrinkle to that is that hopefully the PrAC is working on the master, or the 5-year planning plan, or
The recreation.
correct plan, which is a requirement for grants, as you know.
Yes,
So
yes.
5-year out, the 5 years, the last plan is about up. If we're gonna apply for any grants, we need to get that updated
Right.
soon.
Oh, we have to make sure we use it and
And then-
apply for
and
grants.
then we have to apply for grants with it. It's
We have to
not-
apply.
And then the last thing that was mentioned was, the Gibbles,
Yes.
evaluation of the zoning ordinance, and I think you mentioned before, Randy, in your report, that you expected them to be, issuing the initial report fairly soon.
They should be done here with, the expectation would be that they're done towards the end of the month. I mean,
So it's
not-
right around the same time, so I
It
guess,
is, so it could be part of that if you want, or we could leave that to the planning commission to hear. It might be a lot of detail about the zoning ordinance, a long list of issues, in addition to what we generated from the master plan.
I mean, I wanna work with Keith and you on what feedback you got from them, but my tendency would be to put these in order and assign an amount of time to each of them, like the short-term rental RS process first. I personally think the 6-year capital improvement plan probably should be second, and I would tend to put this zoning ordinance evaluation and the private road ordinance as third and fourth. Does that sound acceptable to people as far as priority? I think that's enough. I wanna work with
Yeah.
Keith or should I work with Reen? Cause she was at the
Well, I
meeting.
think Rena has volunteered to be the chair of that, but I,
Chair of the ROS, or just, I'm talking about putting together this agenda for this meeting. at the end of the month.
that's a question for Keith probably, I guess.
Okay.
I wouldn't.
Okay.
Has the planning commission they've probably done this too, but have they put a list together of to-dos, priority list of any kind? Or is that on the list to do a priority list? I don't know.
Well, the zoning is a whole list of things. We have the short-term rentals, we have the private road ordinance.
Okay.
And again, the only thing that hasn't really been discussed to any degree is the capital improvements plan, because that's new. There's never been any discussion about that, and that's not a slam against the township. A lot of rural townships don't have CIPs embedded in the master plan.
Right.
They should, but they don't. Just because of the effort that's required to get it done.
Is the road ordinance in about the same arena that short-term rentals in, as far as we have to come up with, we have to form the ordinance and then it goes to public comment? Is that
Yes.
kind of, okay?
We have
so-
to get a draft ordinance together.
Okay.
Based upon prior work as well as your perspectives on that. I think from what I heard, there was some concern about overreach and before, and varied versions from the town board to the planning commission or whatever. There's years and years of history here.
A road commission.
And do we have a draft ordinance
I
on
think
that already?
there are several drafts. I think the concern in my mind, from my standpoint, as one member of the planning commission and town board, is that, as I said before, we are in a position right now where if a developer wanted to put in a private road, new private road, that there aren't any standards for it. Zero. You could put in a 2-track and call it a private road and divide lots off of it and call it a day. And we have nothing that say that you can't.
And they can name it whatever they want.
That's, well, the county has their standards as well. They can't duplicate other things and so forth, but for the most part, there's issues of public safety for fire protection. Can you get a fire truck down this new road? I don't know.
I almost wonder if that agenda item, and it is gonna be lower on the priority, if maybe that needs to be more of a educational exposure for everybody, to just kind of say, here's the reasons why people think it's necessary to do it, and here's the reasons why some people think it's not necessary.
I think some
and
people
try
who
and-
are unaware start to conflate that with driveways and then also about existing private roads and then it gets all tangled up in that, but we need to stay away from that, I believe, and get what really is urgent at this point, which is standards for new private roads to be built.
Stress the new, because you're gonna have a room full if we include old.
I'm not, I don't think there's any appetite to touch that. It's not, in my mind.
What do you mean as a retroactive?
As anything retroactive or anything affecting driveways, I mean, that's not the point here, it's not.
That would be,
Yeah, no.
All right, okay, I think that's enough. I just want everybody to be aware that, we're gonna have to be really careful with the time on this. And I think, at least I'm happy that I think we can all agree that the short-term rental study group is the first priority. And then I've got second is understanding 6-year capital improvement plan, like what's required, why is it required, how is it used? So that people can start to understand that. And
So let me ask though, is in your mind and Tim's, is that include the park?
yes,
Absolutely,
yes, every asset that this
Every asset the
township has.
township has.
I believe that one
Parks,
of,
rec.
go ahead.
No, I'm just saying yes.
I just feel like one of the worst things that's happened to this township is one-offs. And not looking at the whole and objectively evaluating projects based on ease of execution, cost, what is the specific defined benefit, what is the business case? Nobody does that in the past, and to me, it is a horrible decision-making process. And that's why you see things that are out of balance.
And we need that when we do the budget, we put it together, what's the
Yes.
priority, what do we need the most? Is it a town hall, a fire station, is it another new ball field? Just, what is the community,
So we
what's
need
the
the
community?
campground too, but we're talking about potential.
Except the difference is,
Okay, well,
you're dealing with the campground money, so it's
yes,
separate.
right,
But you can prioritize their money for their, say,
right.
So I just think that's really badly needed, because I think it has been the source of poor decision-making, and I will use an example here. I do think there was thoughts and ideas from somebody on purchasing this mobile toilet trailer, okay? Or whatever the proper name is. However, was that really the best use of $65,000? And so we have now decided to sell it to try and recapture some of our funds and redeploy it for things that we think are more important. But if they had written a business case that would enumerate exactly how this fit into a plan and why it was vitally necessary. I did get some messages back from former board members, why, but it seemed to me the timing of purchasing it was a little strange, because if you were gonna have like events, that's good and well, but where's the plan to move forward with events where you needed this piece of equipment? And how did you justify that versus just renting porta potties for the event? And I'm just not used to people throwing around $60,000 bills without clarity. I mean,
why?
I'd like to see
And we
clarity.
need a ranger station.
Well, yes, and meanwhile, the ranger station's about ready to blow over in a storm, and
So I guess I mentioned this before, but one other concern I have in terms of getting to that point is that we don't have, I don't think, I'm not aware of a long-term vision for the campground or Highway Park or anything else. I mean, we don't, what we do, because like you talk about replacing the ranger station, okay, I get that. But is the ranger station gonna rebuild exactly what's there? Or is it better placed somewhere else,
So there has been past studies.
Okay, so, but we need one vision for, I'm told there's opportunities to expand that, more campus.
That's what we're doing the electrical for as well.
Right, so, but then where and how and, what does it look like? What are we trying to build towards?
so I mean, similarly, I think, I'm a big believer in you need to have a business case for every project, and you have to have an objective prioritization process. And it can't just be, you know, I just really want this for the park right now, or I just really want this. There has to be agreement regarding looking at the whole landscape, how much money do we have?
Okay.
You know, what grant funding possibly should we apply for, and does it fit? Does it meet the needs?
So a suggestion for the joint meeting is, we do have, some are gonna take longer than others, but we're gonna, like we just did now, we're gonna get off on this tangent and talk for 45 minutes to an hour and a half on just this topic. But if you put a time limit of, you know, we're gonna spend 20 minutes on this topic.
Or break it down.
And it just, yeah, break it down, so when we're getting close, one final round, any comment, then move on, because otherwise, you're right, it'll be an all day.
Right, okay.
Let me circle back to one other point about the vision. I have, my old life, when I was a consultant, worked with a lot of different firms, and there is a firm that I'm aware of that worked on Wilderness State Park. Down there by Mackinac, they did a whole master plan for it. They actually have a whole list of improvements that build towards this long-term vision. That happens to be a state facility, but they, you know, so they offered if we want to go over there, and they will do a tour for us to show what the master plan showed, what they've built, and how they've done it.
I'm also
So-
thinking of that Cunningham Limp organization that was looking at, you know, what, Maxwell Cameron was talking about how, like, they were looking at the big picture and how they were gonna use their assets for them. So maybe something like that.
Sure.
To help.
Okay. All right, next topic here, joint township board prac meeting, scheduling and agenda input. So, dates that were thrown out were, May 15, which is next week. I think, I'm gonna pull up my calendar, and then, or May 27. So both of these dates are ahead of the planning commission joint meeting. And so, sorry about this, gotta get to the right page here.
27 isn't that good for me. You said 27.
Cameras off.
15th I'm open. That's just next week. Yeah.
There's a timer.
On that,
No, that 15th.
just
Oh, yeah, okay.
All right, so just clarify, sorry, I'm slow on this, okay, oh,
Oh, there we go.
why am I seeing 6 P M?
We're all
meeting?
larger.
All right, it looks like Stewart Beach is,
Already here.
already here on the 15th at 6 P M, so I guess that's on.
What's that?
It's a, small
Homeowners.
neighborhood
Yeah.
homeowner association.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
And then 27th is the day after Memorial Day. So what do you guys think?
New dates.
New dates would be
I don't
into
have to
June.
be here. I mean, if that works for everybody else, just have it. I think, you know, I can, whatever comments or thoughts I have, I can share with Jill.
Well, I think we should,
Could we suggest dates to them? Like, can we all agree on two options now and suggest to them?
When is
I know
their-
they all work during the day.
When
so
is
they
their
can ask me
normal
them.
meeting?
Their normal meeting is, on the 20th.
Why can't we
yeah,
take over their normal meeting? Oh, wait, no, because Tuesdays are not good for me.
yeah, I'm kind of wondering why, if we couldn't just, can't we take an hour out of their regular meeting and just do this instead of,
What about the 21st, a Wednesday? Is that bad?
I'm open.
open.
let me see. 21st. Can we like support over there? It's a Wednesday, do you think that would work?
Probably.
Do we want to try and do it on the 21st? That sound good?
I'd have to reach out to them, you know, see what their schedules are.
Do we want to tentatively offer that to them?
Yeah,
And if it's not good, you can let us know.
yeah, then I'll have them come up with a date or two and
Come
get back with you guys.
up with dates.
And again,
And
this isn't like an urgent, I
Right,
don't, on either side, but we need to meet.
so they wouldn't have their normal date, they would just have the 21st.
Yeah, they could just do it.
What time is it?
I think they were.
they meet at 7.
Their last meeting, they just, met for 2.5, 3 hours, so they had a lot of, I don't know how much business they have at every meeting every month, but. Fringe on it.
Okay, so we're gonna offer 21st.
Do you wanna have a backup date?
Probably a good
Next
How
meeting?
idea.
about the 28th?
Or, I mean, like even June
You know-
17th, our next meeting?
Yeah, it's a lot of demands on us right now with this, and I do think that we're gonna have a awful, I don't mean to use the word awful, a large audience when the township board and the PC meet about the short-term rental outreach, and so I think that's gonna be a long meeting, and so honestly, and June is coming fast. So I would say if the 21st doesn't work, it would be into June and,
So,
you
can you just let us know, Jill?
I guess I would almost suggest if it doesn't work on the 21st, how about we just use the meeting on the 17th? The parks meeting, if that works. I don't know what, oh, you said Tuesday's not good, right?
But that's the day we know that works for them.
And I think it would be helpful to just have this meeting with the PC first on this 6-year capital improvement plan and kind of get a little bit more knowledge and comfort with that before talking to the PrAC, because I don't want to have to go back to them and correct things. So what do you guys think?
How about June 4th? That's a Wednesday.
Planning commission meeting. Well, it's not available. And I do not want to meet a day or two before our meeting, no.
You got the 5th.
So I think we would be moving, if Tuesdays aren't good, you'd be moving to like the 18th or 25th.
Do the 2nd to 5th.
So what's our June board meeting?
June board meeting is June 12th.
And then Tuesday's the only day, let's just do it.
So are we circling back to saying maybe the 17th, their regular meeting?
Is that what you're saying, Tim? You'd be
Oh,
optional for that?
it's possible, I'll be there.
That's fine with me.
And I would say we can just come at the beginning of their meeting and then they can conduct the rest of their business afterwards.
Okay.
June 17th, so.
So is-
6/17 is the backup date. And the other date, going back there again, was the 21st. And you're gonna let us know after you check their availability. And then Wendy will need to know to put it on the calendar and has to have a special meeting notice if it's not a regular meeting, right, Wendy? I gotcha.
I have a question about that.
Mhm.
When this joint meeting was discussed previously, I was under the impression that you had coverage for a recording secretary and didn't require me for that meeting. Is that still the case or no?
Oh, I think we need you.
Depends on what date it is.
I have a commitment on the 21st, third Wednesdays. I always have a meeting
Okay.
for my services already. And I would have spoken up sooner, but I was under the impression. you
Oh, sure, wait, so we all agree.
And you were throwing around a lot of dates too.
Yeah, no, I think does everybody agree we need Kay there to take the
I
notes?
think so.
Yeah.
Also, a word, joint with, subcommittee, then that's really our meeting.
Right, that's what you said, yeah. And I need to still get smartened up and you sent me some
Agenda,
information, thank
yeah.
you on that.
Oh, was that helpful?
I'm getting to it.
Okay.
I know it's
I
there
tried
and
to
I
give
read
you
a
as
little
much
bit.
as I could. If you're considering the 17th, that is the 1 week that I have a standing vacation. It's the 1 week I take off. The rest are just
Goes the red.
scattered about.
They go X.
Now,
And so you're on
if,
full week.
if this is helpful, last night Deb did mention that the DBA is not holding their meeting this month on 4th Thursday, so that may be an option for the room.
Oh, the 22nd?
Do you remember that, Randy? She said there is no ZBA.
That's true. That
That's the
works.
fourth Thursday.
Yes. That would work for me.
8:22.
Okay.
I can come to that. Is that good for everybody?
It's her.
So that would be first choice. Do we want to talk about second choice? It's into June. I just don't want to have a lot of meetings myself. Do you guys want to pick a secondary thing? It looks like we're kind of pinned in. After that, other than if you kind of try to look at this, June 2, June 3, 9, 10 timeframe. You're just kind of looking at the spots on the calendar here.
I'm also committed to second Tuesdays, which is the 10th of June.
Okay, so second, third, 5th, 9th. That's a lot to look at.
I thought you didn't wanna do it before our board meeting.
I'd rather not, I'd rather not do something like on the 10th, I mean, it's just.
Oh, no, not on the 10th, but I'm thinking like on the 5th. The second, 4th, or 5th?
The 4th has a planning commission meeting. Guess we could consider the 2nd or the 5th.
I could be available either of those days.
I mean, I guess if I was given the choice, I would tend to say more like the 5th.
Yeah.
Although that's my packet due date for. What do the rest of you guys think?
You'll be making the agenda for it.
I know, happy day. So I really wouldn't want it on the 2nd, because that's my day to receive everything to issue the packet by the 5th, so no, I guess I would say the 5th.
Okay, I could do it on the 5th.
5th, does that work, Randy? 5th? All right, so 5:22 or 6:5, does everybody get that?
Is there a preference in the order you would like those listed here or presented
No.
to them? Okay.
Jill's gonna send it to them and tell us in a few days, hopefully. Okay, Jill, are you ready to tell us about tax?
I am ready, so we've already talked about this, so I hope everybody kind of understands what the situation is, but.
Yep.
Do you want me to just go?
I read your memo, I don't know,
So I don't-
we need Tim back in the chair here.
All right,
So
if anybody, I guess if you've read it, if anybody has questions, let me know. I have all the bank documents right here. If anybody wants to look at the details of the map sheet.
So this is just to increase the balance on hand in this fund, which is really, based on reading this, it sounds like it's really necessary to do this to make sure that we protect ourselves when we're doing the tax stuff, so that when we're depositing and then turning around and forwarding to the county, so we don't overdraw.
Correct.
Because that could happen right now.
Right.
Definitely with what you got, and that you're saying that you would like to transfer like $7,200, which gives you a, what's it give you?
Just say it.
Well, except that
I hope
it's, I kind of misadvised you on, it wouldn't be a transfer to that fund. We actually need to issue a check.
Check, yeah.
So you could just make a motion that a check be issued to First Community Bank for $7,119.09. For the tax revolving loan fund.
So it's to Whitewater, it's not to the bank. You wouldn't make it out to the bank. You make.
Well, yeah, so you're depositing in your
Yeah,
account.
to be
but-
made
right.
for the account,
Yeah.
yeah, first committee.
That you're gonna do,
Yes.
you will be depositing a check into that bank,
Mhm.
so it's not really a transfer, you're just getting a check
Right.
issued.
So this results in a balance, in
And I think
an intended balance of $8,000.
And it's still an interest bearing.
Well, it's an intended balance of 7,500.
Right.
So that's what we would end up with, that would be our beginning balance, and that's what we would reconcile to at the end of every tax season, which would be this time of year. So next year, at this time of year, I should end up with 7,500 in there. after all taxes are brought in and all disbursements are made, we should end up with 7,500. And right now we're down to like 392 for whatever reason. I don't know how it got depleted, but I went back 3 years and it's never been.
Okay.
You will end up with 7,500 each year.
All right, so I would make a motion to issue a check of $77,119.09 from the general fund to the tax revolving loan fund in order to correct the deficiency from prior years and to increase the fund balance by 2,500 from what was established in 2014, providing more overdraft protection.
I will second that. It sounded great.
So motion made by Slopestone, seconded by Aaron's. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None opposed, motion passes.
Linda, I think you missed one item. The newsletter update was before the tax fund balance.
Oh, okay, we'll circle back to that, thank you. And I even checked it off. Okay, newsletter update. Tim and Randy, do you have a quick update for us on that?
I kind of finished my work and handed it over to Randy, so.
So we've got a few more edits here to make. And we're trying to snag better pictures. There were a few cases where the resolution isn't where it needs to be. So we should have a draft of it done tomorrow.
So if you can send that to me, I got the list from, so I want to get it to Maple River by Wednesday next week. But I have the list that Andy put together, eliminating duplicates of the taxpayer files. And then Linda brought up, which is a good point, that it doesn't include resident voters that are not property owners, which should get a newsletter. So I don't believe that Maple River Direct, when I've talked to East Whitewater Township, has the ability to eliminate duplicates. That's
They do
that's part of their thing. So am I gonna be able to get something from you, a list like in Excel that would have the voter registration that are not property owners? Is it separated that way?
No, I have no way of knowing in a voter file.
So I would have to kind of merge the two together
And then see if you have duplicates.
sort by address and then eliminate
Yeah, you focus in on one per
where the name is different,
address.
where the name is different from the.
So is that something that Andy could help do?
Would it be mailing address that you would give me? You'd give me mailing address and then you gave me mailing address for property owner. So I'd be looking at where the mailing addresses are different.
So you'd be
For
looking
parcel
at,
number.
here's my mailing addresses for property owners, and here's my mailing addresses for voters.
Right.
And then you eliminate the duplicates, and you're gonna get a couple duplicates anyway because of typographical errors, and you're not gonna worry about it.
No, I get that, but so I would just sort by the actual property address.
Yes.
And then it would have, if I have two different names or going to different places, I would do two, but. So we're just gonna have to get it
You
from,
just address them to residents.
but we're gonna have to just get it from you whenever possible, ASAP-ish. Because it's gonna take a while for us to manually go through this, and maybe between Andy and I, maybe we can. He works not until next Tuesday, but.
You might be able to come in.
Okay.
Or I can help you.
Okay. We'll figure it out.
So just, and I can help advise you what you need to do. You just have to have a clear mind and a quiet space to do it.
Yeah, so why would the voter list be different than the property owners?
Because renters.
Oh.
And so like maybe it's a property owner that gets the tax bill.
Yeah.
They're residents.
So one way to figure this out also is when you look at your data, I assume your data has both property address and mailing address. Now, there's a certain number of people that just use PO boxes, whatever. But then there's a number of people that maybe they own the property, but they're not residing there, they're renting it to a long-term person who registers to vote. And I don't have any idea how many people those are, but you don't wanna exclude them.
Can you get vacant land out too?
Well, if they own
They don't have
property.
a-
But if they own
But
property,
see, they're
they
just gonna
deserve
get
to
one,
have
because they're
it.
gonna be in the tax file.
Yeah, you guys already
On the
eliminate
area.
duplicate owners,
And then
right?
we're gonna eliminate, one person owns 25 acre properties, they're getting one dude's there, you know?
They probably did it when they did it in-house, but when we sent the tax file out, Maple River was very upfront saying that they couldn't do that. Even KCI, who is a company down in Grand Rapids that a lot of people use, they are not able to sort of either. They said the software to be able to do that is so expensive that they just can't do it, so, you know, it would.
They can't be competitive, so.
Yeah.
I think that's, wow.
And I would have rather, you know, I wanted to give somebody local the business.
So our goal is to get them out by next Wednesday so that they hit the door. Because the reason that I want to get it out by the 15th, they're in mailboxes by the 15th or 16th, whatever.
Time sensitive.
Right, we have the parade at the end of the month, and then we have the cleanup day, so.
Which people are calling about.
Oh, yeah.
So I'll be sending a version of it out tomorrow, so any last chance to.
Yeah, and I gave you my little notes.
I've got your pictures, Joe.
I can't
and
remember what it said.
Pretty much.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's got one other thing to add. Yeah, the property scan.
All right, well, and I guess just keep in mind, if worse comes to worse, if you spend a few bucks and somebody gets two, it's not the end of the world. I think it's better
No,
for somebody to get
yeah.
two as opposed to somebody being left out,
Right.
right?
Yeah, I think that people that reside here do not have to own property, get our newsletter to find out what's going on in their community.
We do have
They
the
live here.
ability to, I can't remember what file we sent you, I think we sent you it directly out of BSNA, but we do have the ability to put that in an Excel spreadsheet, so if there's a way we
That's how I
can
got it.
merge. Oh, we sent it, we put it in an Excel, okay.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember how we sent it. Yeah.
So I'm all set there, I just gotta get what she has and then I can put that, add it to the bottom, then I can just sort and it'll do its magic.
If you wanna talk about that, Dad, I'd be happy to talk to you and share what I know.
You and I can
Um,
have a glass of wine and do it together.
Oh, that's a bad idea, they get all messed up. Okay, IT support hours, so I have a request, I left this on everybody's desk, so we're almost out of, we buy blocks of support hours for IT issues through social explorations. So we're down to like a balance of maybe 5 hours at this point with Noah's company, and so we would like to authorize a 100-hour prepaid block, which allows us to have a discount on the hourly rate. So that comes in at $110 an hour versus if I bought a 40-hour block, I'd be paying $125 an hour. So paying for these hours this way saves about, I gotta stick that here somewhere, it's like $1,500.
Did we ever get like an assessment from him, how much we've used
Yes,
and how?
I looked at that. We run about an average of 20 hours a month. And so this is enough to get us by for about 5 months. Our hours have been reduced lately, except for just recently with the Zoom. We had several times to try and get this all tuned in. And so, and then there's even issues right now where the camera's not tracking, but now it finally flipped to the correct display.
Yeah, this is the red screen, yeah.
You did it manually.
Yeah, I've been doing that.
You can see people better.
Okay, so you might have to clue me in how you did that for the instruction sheet. So anyway, what I'd like to, does anybody have any questions?
I'd like to make a motion to issue a purchase order to social explorations for support hours
For this invoice,
per,
so it's 100 hours.
for 100 hours of support hours at $110 per hour.
Yes,
I'll second, Jill.
all right, motion made by Aaron's and seconded by Hester. And I can pass this sheet that has it written down.
Thank you, I didn't see that in the packet.
For $110 an hour. There you go. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? I got the vote over there.
Do you want me to make a copy of?
No, we just have that.
Thanks.
And then I'll just have to, or actually, Wendy, you've got a copy of that, so you can do the deal. Okay. All right, great. Let's try and bang out the rest of us. All right, salary survey / recommendations. Tim has an item in the packet.
I know it's late and I don't want to unnecessarily go past this because I think it's very important to talk about. To wait, talk about it when everybody's more fresh, or if we want to just forge on. Where did the red come from on the comparative? in the.
I did that,
Oh,
so you could find it.
well, there you go.
I just wanted to be able to zero in on.
I guess for anybody
Right,
that,
it's always never
I
had.
guess for anybody that maybe didn't, this part of the packet or wherever, but we did provided by Grand Traverse County, they put a survey together for year 24, 25, 23, whatever,
Yeah,
24, 25, I
And
think
just
it
so
was.
you know, they just did a new one.
Yeah, so we'll get it updated, but I think this was very telling, just using last year's data that they collect and share with the other municipalities within the county. They include the city and in Grand Traverse County. Of course, I just didn't even list those. And if you go to page 55 in your PDF packet, that's the comparative analysis of, and now I'm only looking at statutory positions, not any trustee positions. That would be Randy and myself. Sorry, Randy, but so the disparity is quite telling. And I will say that, yes, we are the smallest township population wise. We are the poorest township. But
No, we're not. What do you mean by poor?
as far as our fund balance. Are you sure? Our tax revenue is not the lowest?
No.
Okay.
Pyramids?
But regardless, we're the lowest population wise, let's go with that. We're the lowest paid of some of the other townships, except for a couple of exceptions in, I think, the treasurer wage. But I wanted to show that disparity, that our elected positions, statutory positions, are paid about 1/2 of the average of the other comparables. Now, I only included statutory townships. I eliminated the charter townships of East Bay and Garfield for obvious reasons. Their population size, it just doesn't compare to what we operate here. So it's been pointed out when I was putting the budget together, obviously, and this kind of came to a head a little bit about, well, we only have so much money and this is, all we can pay. Over the years, I don't think that the positions, I think even last year, they didn't even give a cost of living increase to the statutory positions. I don't know the last time they did actually. But I recognize anyway that some of the positions in this township work an awful lot of hours. And even though we may have the smallest population, I don't discount the fact that every position, the treasurer, the supervisor, the clerk, still have to do the same statutory responsibilities that the other officers do in the other jurisdictions. They just do it at a higher volume because they have more population. But it doesn't make their work, especially when you look
They
at
also have
election.
assistants.
And obviously they have more
Well,
staff.
and they do,
Uh-huh.
well, they have more money, but so you have that, but as far as you just look at an election and all the things that are required by law, there's been a lot in the clerk's office, statutorily required of clerks, regarding elections, some of which I think have even added staff for elections, particularly because of those things that have been added. And we, I think the assistants you get is obviously your poll workers and then a part-time helper.
Right.
So it does fall in our township predominantly on the treasurer, the clerk, and the supervisor to do their own statutory responsibilities. And you both have deputies, and I get that, but they're part-time as well. So I didn't know if I do plan to do, as I mentioned in the budget process, to do a fuller blown wage study, and that was mainly when I was talking about it, when I was trying to put together the fire department budget and our volunteer fire department and our fire chief, and not getting good comparable information for those positions. And then we have parks employees and that. So I want to do a bigger study that incorporates not only what the wages are, what the benefits are. I want to also know what responsibilities the townships have. Not all townships are going to have a campground. And that campground for some positions, the treasurer and the clerk, does add a lot of additional responsibilities to the daily workload.
The fire department. The two
Right,
separate
and and we used to have an ambulance, but in the fire department, a lot of them are not gonna have a fire department, the type of model that we have, they might be covered by their county, and 2 cemeteries, and so, I don't think that, the parks, like high prey and the recreation trails are not really adding a lot to these positions, but the other park certainly does. So at any rate, I didn't know if the board wanted to even consider, maybe not at this meeting, maybe at, I believe to increase the, actually, no, to increase the wage of the supervisor, clerk, or the treasurer has to be by a resolution. And obviously I'm not prepared with a resolution at this meeting.
So we did just join that, the Michigan Municipal League, and we haven't got a login, which I need to work on.
Yeah.
I've been a little busy. And then that would have a salary survey, and I don't know if that would help.
Well, we tried to look at, as you know, the MTA
yeah,
one, and it only gives you the results of what you
Yeah.
put in, and nobody's been using it, so you don't really get any.
Yeah.
My thought was I've got some information, Wendy gave me some information, and then a lot of the stuff is gonna be in the ongoing packets that I can find too, and then calling them around, but it's not gonna be overly complicated, it's just gonna be time consuming, and I was too busy with budget and then with
And
like you.
there's no real good comparables, I mean, nobody has the same.
Nothing's gonna be exact,
No.
but you should be able to do.
Well, and that's why,
closest
but
on this.
that's why I showed it this way, you know?
So I have a comment, and I am just very concerned. I have my own struggles with my workload, however, I do have help from my deputy, which is very helpful, but at the end of the day, I see the hours that the clerk is working. And I believe it is very unfair. I think we are paying some of our employees more for less hours worked than what we are paying Wendy. And I am really bummed out now that I realize we need a resolution, although I think we could pull out the one from the budget, dust it off and mark it up and do it tonight. I just feel like we all know that she is working at least 40 hours a week. And although I think I work too much, I don't work 40 and 50 hours a week. And so I feel like this is very unfair, and it is inappropriate that we're asking her to work. We're not asking her to work this many hours, it is necessary for her to work this many hours.
And the days where I think I'm just gonna be here for a little while, I have 12 people come in and ask me stuff.
Well, that's the other thing, is I've come to a firm understanding that the role of the clerk, because they have more regular office hours, ends up fulfilling a role also of receptionist / greeter. And I know we've talked about a few times, people have brought up the idea of having an office assistant. I do believe that Lois McLean used to significantly fill that role when she worked here. She was here almost every day, for sure. And she was here a lot of the day, every day.
Well, and Cheryl, she worked far more hours than she was getting paid for. This
Yes.
isn't just unique to Wendy and new in the position and all that.
Right.
Cheryl was here Monday through Thursday.
Cheryl was here 40 hours a
And she
week,
never
and
even
she
left for
was
lunch.
unpaid as well, or underpaid.
She was.
And the only way I think she finally got it down to a 4-day week, some of the time, was by deciding not to do significant pieces of work such as FOIA. And she also gave up the campground work, although she still issued things like POs as needed. So, you know, that's what I know about the history. I guess I would really like to see us get an expedited way to make a pay adjustment. And I know Tim is working on it, but I just feel it is painful to sit here and watch this day in and day out. And we know it's a problem. We talked about it during the budget, but we have a lot of competing.
And it's important for people to know as well, you're not allowed to give retroactive pay to government officials. So you can give a bonus, some other kind of stipend or whatever, but you can't give retroactive pay. So anything that we do is from that point of approval forward. And as well, I did check with MTA, and it's not only recommended, it's required that, I guess they can't make you, but the clerk, the treasurer, the supervisor, like we did in the budget process, should vote for that wage. You're not just voting for yourself, you're voting for the position. Because it affects people that might be interested in running for election based on that wage, right? So that's why you vote for yourself in this case.
So let me ask you, is fiscal year 22, 24, right? Is that true?
Yeah, ours are actually a little higher right now because we just approved an increase.
That's what I was.
They went up.
But it was 3%.
It is.
Yeah, it's not much, but I'm just trying to.
But I wanted to keep the numbers with what was in the survey I used.
Right.
Oh, so you asked for last fiscal
That's all I
year's.
got at the time.
Yeah, right, that makes sense, but the numbers at the bottom are the current one,
But
or the?
No, this is all last
This is-
year.
Oh,
We just increased them in February, in March, 3%, but so did all the other townships probably, so I just don't have the information right now.
I mean,
So they're 31,600 and 31.
I mean, I'm just saying, and I know this is not nearly as analytical as I'd like to be, but I mean, I really think that Wendy's being underpaid by a significant amount, like $20,000, and so I'm not sure, how we can kludge to get this together, or if we have to have a hurry up special meeting.
Well, I don't wanna spend $1,000 on a special meeting when I think we all know what I can't speak for everybody, but I have a number in my mind that I think would be a holdover until we get a decent study, a wage study, because I'm thinking $10,000 now.
Are you talking as a bonus, just to kind
No,
of?
because it's not gonna be less. I mean, look
Right.
at,
No, I know it's not gonna be.
but I'm not saying that we're gonna pay whatever this study comes out at either. I'm just saying, let's do a comprehensive study for all the positions. And then we're gonna have to look, what can we afford, right? I mean, this might be what it is, but my comfort level right now, without all of that other information, is a $10,000 increase for the position of clerk. And that's just where I'm at personally with it. I see how many hours she works in the office, and it's one of those positions too where I don't really know that she could do not that it would matter, but I don't think she could do a lot of her work at home.
I've tried to.
It's not,
I'm trying to think about it, yeah.
and she's tried to close for lunch, and then she can't really do that because
I've actually
people
shut
pound
off the
down the
lights and tried to
door.
walk out and it still doesn't work.
But the thing with me too is that it's a two-edged sword though, Wendy, because when you first got elected, I thought I heard from hours for Jill, the treasurer's office, hours for you were, pretend gonna be Monday and Wednesday from 9 to noon, right? Well, that didn't work out too well, did it?
Or even just morning.
And then she would, we would say, just lock the door at noon, you don't have posted hours, but that doesn't work either, because people know you're here. And they expect you to be here. But if we're gonna pay it more like a full-time position, then my expectation is the hours would expand.
I think people already expect that.
Right.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that it would be stated, it would be posted office hours are gonna be 32 hours a week, type of thing. So
there's a resolution needed to make any change to the salary, correct?
But can't we just call out the resolution and change the number on it from the?
You'd have to
budget
repeal the resolution and make a new resolution.
no, we don't do that. It's all
I think
new
it's
from the
all-
time, we don't repeal the prior, we always say that the board resolves that an adjustment is necessary for this position, blah, blah, blah. And I actually have it in my file from March.
Do you have it? Would you mind printing it out? So we could read it? And alter it? I guess I haven't
Well,
heard.
I mean, find out if there's support to
So
doing
a
that.
$10,000 raise, that's still like $19 an hour, and so my deputy technically would be still making more.
Well, I was just talking, this is for me a stopgap until we get an actual study and it's,
I just thought I'd throw that out there.
Because
Also,
once
just
you-
remember that I don't get anything from the elections budget either. I think that was a misconception before.
or you don't wanna take money away from it.
No, I mean, I just am saying that, I don't get paid any extra for any.
So what does it take
17
to
holiday.
get this regular study done here to figure out, what were you?
It's just time.
Is there,
Yeah, it's like logging into MML and deciphering
It's just
data.
time, and I can get to it, I just had other things going on, I just didn't. I mean, I want to do it, I just haven't had time.
I would like to add that I'm holding back on giving Tim other assignments because I feel this is a high priority. We talked about it during budget. And I know it's only been 2 months since we approved the budget, but I just think it is not right that we are basically paying Wendy the least of anybody in this township. Our park rangers' starting wage is higher.
Honestly, I've almost quit because of it.
Well, I mean, you know, you have to pay your bills and it's, and I think we can't lose track of the fact that we're going through this BSNA change, which is much more significant for the clerk's office than the treasurer's, and it's just, so there's special circumstances, so it's
2508, maybe? 9? I don't know, I don't have anything on this computer.
Well, I mean, before I hit print, should we have a discussion about an amount that we're talking about?
Yes, we should.
And see if there's even support for it before we go through the process.
Supporting the budget.
We can do an actual formal motion to agree to an amount, and then I can update this, and then I can come back to the board, and we can do a motion to adopt the resolution. Just to get board support for whatever it's gonna be.
Okay, say that one more time.
I said we can, to get your board support for what it's gonna be, the dollar amount.
Okay.
We can do it as a motion, make it formal, then I can update the resolution, go print it, bring it back, and then we can adopt the resolution.
And it sounds to me, I just wanna mention this again, it seems to me that there's also another way to fill a stopgap. We could also resolve to give her a bonus until we can get to the salary study being completed.
Bonus is typically a one-time thing, she would.
Well, I know, it would be a lump sum and then say 2 months or however many months you think it's gonna take before you can complete the analysis and bring it to the board for review and an adjustment.
I was kind
that would
of
be-
shooting for July, but.
I know you were shooting for July, so if that's realistic,
Budget wise, where does that extra come from? Just because we had a balanced budget, and so where are you thinking of pulling that?
Well, I mean, with the idea that, I wouldn't necessarily, consider doing a budget amendment at this time until we get closer toward the end of the year and see where the monies get shipped within her own department. Should we not spend as much in office supplies or this or that? Like with your budget, we had to do a budget amendment this year because of technology
And
needs in
change
that
the
area.
deputies to a lesser amount.
Right. You're not doing that, are you?
Yes,
Changing your deputy to a
Yes.
lesser amount?
yes.
so
Changing deputies.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, she doesn't want to do it forever.
Oh, I know that, yeah.
So let me just throw this fish on the table. So we could increase her salary by, say, for example, $10,000, which we know is still not enough. Or we could just put $5,000 on the table and say, this is compensation for the fact that we recognize that your job requires more hours. And based on the study, we know this is true. It at least gives her some immediate relief. Because if we just give her a raise of $10,000, I mean, it's only $800 a month, I mean, it's really a drop in the bucket. So I'm just saying.
Well, I'm open to whatever amount you want to consider, but to me, I think you adjust the wage and you do a bonus now, and you're doing the, I don't know.
Well, you could annualize that, I think, if you did do the bonus route. I mean, I'm not sure I'm in favor of that, but.
I think the one thing, so it's been in the agenda, nobody in either public comment made any comments about it. I mean, I would assume they saw the packet, so I didn't hear any concerns from the public regarding this issue. I think it's probably recognized. What's the proper way to do it? And is it, doing it on the fly right now at this meeting appropriate?
I just know that what's going on is really wrong. I mean, she's basically making $15 an hour because
Probably less than that.
historically, yeah, I'm just dividing by 2,000, that's my fast math, and that's the fast way to figure out how much you're paying somebody per hour.
With the election, I'm already past 50 probably right now.
Yeah, so I just feel like, this is something we inherited that is just wrong.
I think that a good comparable for us, for a variety of reasons, is probably Acme Township. They have the fire station. They don't have a cemetery, do they have a cemetery?
Yes, they do.
The Yuba one?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's very.
But, they have one cemetery, they have a fire station.
But they don't fund their own fire
I
station.
mean, they don't have a campground. I mean, so there's a lot of
They
similarities.
have a
with that.
bayside park.
They are not quite double of the population as well, and they're paying their clerk 55,000, she works 42 hours a week. With one board meeting a month.
I think the hours per week is, how many hours are staffed in their office?
That they're open,
Right, yeah,
correct.
Oh.
yeah.
So the clerk may not be the one always doing the 42 hours a month, but I would assume that they were, because why would it be related to the clerk wage? This isn't about deputies.
No, it was everybody on that study.
Well, yeah, but
The hours per week on this report, that's the average for each of those positions, or what?
No, I think it's the office hours of
Yeah,
the
it's
township.
office hours of the township.
So how many
what-
hours
yeah,
per
what
week
they're-
is
what
the
they're
call?
Oh,
some close for lunch, some don't.
Because they're open like 4 days a week and 10 hours.
So I don't expect through a full survey is what my point was, is that it's gonna be less than what Acme is making.
So I just was, from going to the Institute, I was included in a group of clerks that are all similar size and demographics.
Well, they dumped you out because you lower the average.
No. No, like one of the clerks actually went through and like made different demographics of people so that we would have people to talk to.
Right, yeah.
So I just got that as a chat today.
Oh, so you were at a table by yourself?
No. You're just full of them today.
Oh my gosh, he's running.
Well, so I don't know if, I prefer the wage to resolution thing, but if you wanna make it 15 and wait and see, I don't know, but I agree, I don't think it's right. I don't like doing this either, but I don't think it's right.
I agree, it's not right.
I agree, it's not right. I would support the $10,000 raise immediately, as soon as we could get that into effect with the change in the job description hours, too, and then as soon as we can get the study done, we reevaluate. I think the study is important.
And there's nothing to say that, I mean, that does provide.
I'm good with either way.
Well, it does provide immediate relief, and you're doing it the proper way through a resolution. And it does leave the window open for adjusting it in July or August, whatever month that is, and then doing a bonus at that time back to today, whatever that difference is, if you want to do it that way. With that, I mean, we're not making a commitment to that, it's just something that we're discussing. So it doesn't bind anybody to doing that. A lot can happen between now and then, but
I would be more comfortable if we would, instead of 10, if we could agree to make it 15. I just think we're so disparately off on this.
It's still the lowest number out of everything.
it's still the lowest.
Yeah, it would still be the lowest, and I just,
I was surprised at Paradise. When you look at Paradise, you look at the supervisor salary and the treasurer wage. That's actually a really good example of why the clerk wage is higher, and I think it's mainly gotta be because of elections and all the extra work that's required.
and I've read about that in newspaper articles, a lot of clerk wages recently have increased. And I know it was in the newspaper that Milton Township recently hired a FOIA coordinator to be an additional position to support the clerk's office. So, I mean, some of these things are the things that I just noticed, just when I casually read the newspaper. You know, the specific articles about the load on township clerks that is changing with the new election laws and things like that. So,
I mean, somebody, if that's what you wanna make a motion to do, let me actually get this. It's kind of odd, he has to sign their own resolution, but that's how it works, but. How many copies do I need for everyone?
just one. So I still would like to throw 15 out there. I think that Wendy's been doing this job for 6 months and it's just an absolute, to me, it's a travesty. I work with her significantly almost every single day. I know she's here all day.
Well, and I look too that this isn't the only job out there, and for the number of hours that you're putting in, if you're not doing it, none of us are, for a while anyway.
Are you saying I need to pawn stuff off?
As soon as you find someone.
Well, to me, it's one thing or the other. Either she stops doing things, and we hire somebody else to do it. There's always more than one way to solve a problem. Either she starts truly working part-time for what she's being paid, or she has to switch over to being paid more. So how are we gonna pay? We're either gonna pay for another employee in the mix, or pay her for what she's doing.
I think this is how I'll right the ship for now. And I did put it at 15, it gets support or it doesn't, it does require a roll call vote. So I think Linda.
All right, I'm gonna make a motion to adopt the fourth. Do I have to read the whole thing? No.
No.
Or just the motion for it? Oh, yeah, right here, I guess I have to read the whole thing.
I would start here.
Okay. Whereas the township board deems that an adjustment in the base salary of the office of clerk is warranted for these statutory duties. Now therefore be it resolved that as of May 8th, 2025, the yearly base salary of the township clerk shall be $46,600.
I'll second.
So motion made by Slopsma and seconded by Aaron's.
Before you vote on that, is this an actual resolution?
Yes, number
So
2508.
we need a resolution number.
2508.
Those are hyphenated 25-08, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Is there a title that goes along with that?
It's salary for clerk, Whitewater Township.
Thank you.
We're gonna have to repoint.
I know, I saw that.
Reprint that for
I
it.
know.
Okay,
I'm
so
ready.
roll call vote when ready.
Do we need to have the hours on there, or is that?
All of the township positions are considered salary. Right.
No, but
Statutory duties.
So when we talked about being open as a township for 32 hours a week, we are now anyway, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's just gonna be, she's gonna change her office hours. I don't think that's part of a motion. That's what we discussed.
Okay.
I think she's open more than 32 hours a week.
Aaron's.
Yes.
Kester. Yes. Slipsma.
Yes.
Milnick.
Yes.
Slipsma. Yes.
And can you run me a copy of that for the verbiage as well?
Actually,
please?
you're gonna fix those two typos.
Yeah, I just took that out.
Okay.
Yes, I just did.
So if you can hit print.
Actually, why don't I, so that you get the order of what you did the roll, I'm gonna email it to you, Kay, and to you, Wendy. And you
Okay.
can fill it out.
All right.
Because Wendy has to sign it.
The next item on the agenda is, there is it's a 2% grant that Josh is just asking for support from us regarding this. He's got a lot of words that I'm not real familiar with, so, but his summary is on page 57 of the packet. It says the Whitewater Township Fire Department seeks $11,500 and 2% grant funding to purchase a Seek Attack Pro NFPA certified thermal imaging camera, a Max Firebox live fire training prop, and provide department-wide live burn thermal imaging training. This project will enhance firefighter safety, improve emergency operations, and establish a permanent fire behavior training system for the protection of all township and tribal residents.
I think it's a formality really, because it hasn't been in the past, but it
Right.
needs to be poured.
So, the issue here is just,
Accepting.
or authorizing him to apply, correct? Because we're not receiving the grant yet. He's applying for the grant.
Okay, I guess I got that wrong.
We talked about as a board, we wanna make sure we approve even applying, because if we don't support, and then we should approve receiving the grant.
So should we talk about how he used his thermal imaging camera here?
Yeah, just this week. What day was that? I've lost track.
It was Monday.
Or Tuesday.
So definitely is a needed thing.
Okay, that's sent.
Okay, so, I'm gonna make a motion to approve, the grant application submission by Chief Morgan to apply for a 2% grant for this project.
I'll second that.
Do any dollar amounts need to be in the motion based on this or no?
I believe his current estimate is $11,500. And I guess I'm just trying to figure out a word to describe this overall.
I would just say as described.
I would call this thermal imaging equipment training
And associated training.
and associated training. Equipment,
And it's from the tribe.
yes, 2% grant from the tribe. So I feel like I've now kind of botched that up big time.
Can you read it back? Can you read it back?
And it may need a tiny bit of cleanup. Also, I hear the 11.5, but I'm seeing 86.25, is that number not right?
I'm looking at page 57, it says total project cost $11,500.
Okay. Oh, on page 2.
Yeah, it's on page 2.
Okay, slopes and up. Made a motion to approve the grant application submission by Chief Morgan to apply to the 2% grant to the Grand Traverse Band for $11,500 for thermal imaging equipment and associated training.
Quite good, thank you. Sounds much better than I did. Okay, do we have a second for this?
I just wanna go back, I think Kay is right.
Randy did.
If you look at the top of his document, it says the Whitewater Township Fire Department respectfully request funding in the amount of $8,625. So is the 11.5 the total amount?
Yeah,
With the
I
grant?
think you're right, because he's saying,
Oh, yeah.
he's asking for
It's the total, that's the total cost. 8,625.
so we should substitute 8,625. Or do we even have to put that in there, because he's going, I don't know
For the grant.
how much closer he is to
That's-
finalizing
That's what he's
the
asking
grant
for.
application.
Yeah,
Looks like the total project cost is 11.5.
he said they usually will only award 75% of the project.
Maybe he should ask for the whole amount.
Yeah.
Then you get 50%.
Oh, so he's supplying this, and he's specifically asking for
Sure.
the $8,600.
25% maybe.
This is all a little backwards. Okay, so if you can substitute, then, are you okay with that, Randy?
Yes. I mean, I just referenced the grant.
Just reference the grant and forget the dollar amount.
I mean, he may have to change it too. I don't
He's
know.
gotta come back to us to.
Like
to
take
receive
the
it.
amount off for thermal imaging equipment and associated training as requested.
Okay, let's just leave it that way. All right, so Sloson made the motion, and I think Wendy seconded it.
I did.
Oh,
I didn't hear either of them.
It's
you
almost,
pick.
Take your pick.
it's almost tomorrow.
All right, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None opposed, motion passes. Okay, do we have any information on township surplus disposal? I have down here list provided at meeting. I don't have a list.
The list is not complete.
Okay, no problem.
No.
Okay, so no action on the township surplus.
Our next meeting will be before the jump day.
It will be.
Yeah.
Okay. So
And I
this.
encourage everybody to, I think they were all being
Look around.
to do.
Yeah.
Are you keeping a master list to, when you come to the board at the next meeting with everything to be declared surplus, and these closets, that all this old computer equipment that no one's replaced, and anything in your offices, broken chairs that
How
are.
about the folding machine?
Anything over.
I
$50.
have the folding machine and
Yes.
I have a big old adding machine that works perfectly fine, but it's enormous. It took
Let's,
up half
you
of
know,
it.
let's declare them surplus and then we'll put them on marketplace and see what happens, and
To clarify, anything over $50. So if it's under $50, we can just say it's surplus, I guess.
yeah, well,
I
there's,
thought it was under 100. No,
there's-
it says 50, I think.
yeah, we need to change that.
Okay, we have one more item that we need to conduct business on, and it's this pension plan signing authority. So it's on page 58.
Use a large enough font.
Yep, yep.
You can see it.
So we're updating our documentation after former board members are no longer in office. They're asking for specific verbiage that is below.
I'll make a motion to name the clerk to have full discretionary authority for the Whitewater Township pension account number 12139 for purposes of establishing signing authority with John Hancock.
And it's actually called something different now too. Mean something.
I'll stick with my motion.
I'll second.
Motion made by Aaron, seconded by Kester. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? None opposed, motion passes. I have a question though now regarding the second document. Who is the person at this point will you sign? Oh, it says supervisor.
You have to be the signer of the contract.
How about is my signature on the above portion too? Resolve the Whitewater, name the following individual. Probably best that I sign that too. So there's two signature portions. It has us
No,
designate who was here,
then
who's this person is certifying this happened at the meeting.
I think that'd be neat.
Okay, and then this is. You want me to print this and sign it right now?
Please. That's good.
Okay, and then, I have no tabled items. Special meeting, or are there any other board comments or discussion for tonight?
Well, it's late, but I wanna just mention one thing and maybe we can be prepared for the next meeting. We did almost burn down this hall this past week, due to these aged wiring and fans. Fortunately, the fire chief was in the building.
And smelled it.
And literally, this place was about a tinderbox, the wall was 180 degrees. But I do think that we need to consider doing something about that. We are not gonna be able to have meetings in July in this, there's no air in here.
Well, that's how I get my heat too.
So whether it be air conditionings or tall fans or whatever, it is so bad in here. But I think we also need to get a container box like there is at the park, put it out at the end of the property back there and get these are not fireproof file cabinets,
Some
probably.
of them are.
Where some are, but the chief said, yeah, not all of them, like the map ones and that. But I think we need to get our permanent records out of this building and into a container box. To free up, it's two things. To preserve them, protect them, our artifacts are all in this building. And then two, to free up space that is so limited in this building. And this is all we have for now, so.
But if we're telling people that zoning, they can't have a container on their property, and then we have one. That's.
I thought we do allow containers.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, and Deb has, we'll have to talk to Deb, I believe Deb is.
She's listening.
But also,
You could see if she could talk again.
the chief also said he has a whole attic.
Well, we have one at the park. I mean,
Yeah.
we're a commercial,
No, I mean, he has an attic that could be
Right.
storage space too.
I'm not for the file cabinets. I mean, you need to be able to
No,
access.
he has like a big
But,
attic.
but you need to be able to access these records.
Right.
So, I'm just saying,
True.
it's gotta be accessible to you, but,
But I think there might be some options on that, but I agree, I wanna make a comment that I stayed here when I found out about this, Wendy was here too, getting ready for the election, I stayed here until we got a licensed master electrician to come in here and review that, and he didn't just put that cover plate on that, he did some stuff with the wires, put the cover plate on, went up in the attic, looked at what was going on. He said definitely there's something wrong with this fan, and he was supposed to send me a quote on replacing, he was concerned about just even the way these fans are supported. But he was supposed to get me a quote on replacing the fans. And so, and new electrical boxes in the ceiling. So I will follow up with him. I called, it was Clearwater Electrical. He was, I thought, I was very impressed with him. He got here within an hour. And it was like 5 o'clock. It was not convenient. So I don't know, I would like to get some immediate feedback from you guys as far as, that was his suggestion for an immediate resolution and just replace all the controllers, which are not a big deal. But are you supportive of getting just that basic work done to get the airflow moving, because we don't have an air distribution system in this building?
So do the heating units that we put in there, is that heating and cooling, or is that?
In the case of the treasurer's office, they're in.
they're gonna be outside.
They got
They're gonna be
AC,
outside. We're gonna all be hanging out.
Yeah, yeah.
By the way, we have a little air conditioner under one of the tables there too that we're not gonna need anymore, so maybe it can, I remember last year they had an air conditioner in that window.
It's in your office, cause I looked at the
Yeah,
air
they did.
conditioner from that.
Yeah, so maybe we
Oh,
can.
yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, so there's 2 of them now available.
Yeah, so maybe we can put the one in
Because
my office in
you
here.
could hear people out there talking outside the door when you were here.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, so we're just saying we have 2 window air conditioners
We do,
out in
yeah.
here to create airflow. Was there
Right.
not an air conditioner in your office? No, really?
But the thing is though, that right now, if I need heat, the heat's in the ceiling,
Right.
and the only way it comes down is the fan.
Right.
Right.
So.
And these don't reverse.
So I do believe we should be replacing these, and I can
Well, I consider.
call tomorrow and find out if he's just playing dead or if he's really gonna do this work.
I consider it an emergency purchase and you just need to act. You know, we almost had a fire, fix it.
Yeah.
We got a lot of meetings and a lot of people in this room, in this building, and we're going into summer. I don't wanna
Yeah.
wait until July before we solve the problem. We have-
All right, well, I will
We have
follow up.
money in the budget for it.
Yep, and whatever is taped, that was taped in the breaker box, so it wouldn't trip, that needs to be looked at.
Right, so what he, just a minute. So what he did do there is he did also put a new box.
Right.
Behind the plate. So, yes, Kim Magnus, would you like to make a comment?
Yes, I would. I know we already had public comment, but there's been more meetings since then. Just, I guess a plea, if you're redoing the fans, can we put them not under the lights?
Oh,
Because
because
the
it makes
strobe,
the
the strobe effect is really an issue.
Mm-hmm.
And you haven't had anybody complain that it's triggering in terms of seizures and strokes and things like that. But as a safety issue, if you're redoing them, move them over 5 feet or whatever, so that they're not, I mean, you literally have them directly above or
I got it.
in between. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Or we could turn the lights off.
Okay, we've done this. All right, you guys, let's stay on track. It's been a long night. So are there any other board comments?
No.
All right, so I've got announcements here, planning commission, township board, 5:29, 6:30 PM. And TBD, Jill, you owe us feedback on that with the Parks and Recs Committee. The next township board meeting, as we've mentioned, is 6/12/2025. We already did public comment, so I'm gonna make a motion to adjourn. A second, made by Slopsma, seconded by Hoaxma. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? You're opposed? End of meeting. End of meeting.
Almost second microphone.
Whoever's still on Zoom needs like applause.
Yeah.
And here, hey, come on.
Yeah, give credit where credit's due.
They just don't trust anybody.
Stiction, they got stiction.
You've been burnt.
If I may be a little bit